Hi everyone, it's me. Hello, how are you? Good afternoon. Good to see you. Hi Trev. Hi Cece. Hi the Muse. I just have to clean off my little board, and I'm going to be using it today. I hope you're all doing well. Go on live chat here. Okay. There. And today I went out and I had a lovely 2-hour morning walk in the morning sunshine. And I enjoyed myself. I've been getting out. I don't know if you can notice, but I've got quite tan. These are my tan lines. You see them? And yeah, I did. So I definitely have been getting out every day, even though you don't see me going online and stuff like that, or having a cell phone and taking pictures or blah, blah, blah. I'm just not a cell phone person. And quite frankly, I don't want to pay the bill anymore. So I just let it go. It was a pay month-to-month phone anyway. So yeah, I can't afford the cell phone, and I'm just not that type of person. So I do go outside and I enjoy myself every day. I go for a walk every day, except for when the forest fire smoke is too bad. Then I can't go outside because I have really bad allergies and trouble breathing. My eyes feel like they're on fire because of the smoke. So, but those are the only times. So today I went out for 2 hours. And that's really nice. I seen a lot of animals in the park, and next time I'm going to bring food because they all thought that I had food, and then I felt bad that I didn't have any food for them. But yeah, all is well. I've been getting out, doing my thing, living my life. I make videos beforehand now. I'm actually working on one that, well, things weren't supposed to progress as quickly as they did. I've been trying to make videos and put them out. Scheduling them ahead of time so that I don't have to feel like as pressured, and rushed to get things done, and I can focus more on myself. So I'm just trying right now. I'm just trying to get the stuff off. And then today I'm going to talk to you about a couple of things. So I didn't really give anybody time to watch the videos that I've recently posted. The most recent one about flying saucers, anti-gravity, and the torus field is basically explaining how, now this isn't every design of these flying saucer craft or UFO in general, because when they began it, and this actually goes all the way back to ancient times, like in Mesopotamia and ancient Sumeria, Egypt, China, and India, with their Vimanas. So it goes back quite a while, this. And I think a big problem of it is that we may have been overcomplicating it when it's not complicated at all. It turns out that, like the space shuttle and stuff like this is so complicated with all these doohickeys and gadgets. They don't have this on these UFO craft. And so ever since I've been starting to research anti-gravity, I put together, quite a lot. And I am putting this into a video. So even if this goes longer, and it's a shame because, this is probably one of the coolest discoveries that I've made for myself on my journey so far. Now the UFO craft does not feel as much as magic and misunderstood, which is really nice for me. So it's going to take me a while to get this off because it's not coming off. I have to really scrape it. I'm going to have to get a new whiteboard, I think, because this is like, it's not coming off. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a diagram of the UFO. So we'll just talk about some of the things. So first of all, there have been a lot of people who have been doing anti-gravity research in the public. But unfortunately, the algorithm buries them like it has been doing with me. Hi, Wick News. Welcome. So yeah, it would have been better if I could have waited until people had time to watch the Amy Eskridge video and learn about Dr. Ning Lee's discoveries with anti-gravity. It goes back further, though. It goes back to Nikola Tesla, who, we all know what happened to his inventions. Anyway, again, I'm going to do a video on this exact subject. Hopefully it'll be a little bit more organized. Unfortunately, somebody out there, who shall not be named, keeps saying that everything is coming from aliens that she knows. Well, I just like to say that I don't get any of the information that I know from aliens. And I've worked very hard for this, to figure this out for myself without having to say that alien contacts taught me or anything like that. And so, it's been great for my mental space anyway, even though I had a bit of what felt to be a psychic attack, although I don't like to talk about those things because people just think you're crazy. But it has to do with probably the darker entities or some asshole doing some type of black magic or something. People don't like to hear these things, but it is very much a fact, and this is how they destroy people all the time. As we've seen with Amy Eskridge, they got her to do it to herself. But normally, this is what they will do. They'll just drive you mad until you can't take it anymore. Unfortunately, this is not coming off. I should have washed it off ages ago. But yeah, so we're dealing with liquid mercury and electromagnetic waves. And it's really interesting. Like, we've overcomplicated it. Like I said, we really overcomplicated it. And literally, people that we thought were like cavemen figured this out ages ago. It actually links up to that story that I read to you from Reddit that says about the technology and how the ancients had figured it out. I knew there was something to that. That's not just a story. It doesn't mean that it's true, but it's something that will help people figure out the answers for themselves, which is what matters the most. Like I said, it's almost like expecting someone else to go to the gym for you and you expect to get the muscles. But that's what people want here. They want cheap, artificial gratification. And it doesn't matter which way they get that, whether they're making up lies. Oh, the aliens told me. Well, all of these people did not need aliens to tell them. And neither did I. So, look at it. I got all that, but just listen, it's still not come off. So ether tech goes back to Nikola Tesla, who discovered that there was other energy that we could not see and had to learn how to access by different means. Get this. These beings, right, they're people, but we think that they're somebody else for this reason. I'm skipping all around, but I just can't get over this fact. So these people back in ancient India, ancient China, ancient Egypt even, just hang on, I'm going to bring up my notes here that I made for my video. These things were naturally found in the ground, and also magnets in the form of lodestones. So we're using magnetism with magnets. I have lodestones actually, hold on. These here are natural crystals which are called lodestones. You see that? It's very strong. And they're natural magnets that can be found in nature, in stone. Now, of course, they probably wouldn't be able to polish them or anything, but these are similar to the Shiva lingams that are also made out of, it's not, now see, it's not mercury. It's actually something called cinnabar, and it needs to be refined. Cinnabar were found in regions such as Spain, Italy, Central America. And it was also utilized by ancient Mesoamerican cultures like the Aztec and the Mayan cultures. This is what you see with the red pigment. It has a red pigment, and they would put it on their skin. Now, this type of mercury, it was called mercuric sulfide ore. Okay, so it was an ore that you mined back then. They refined it through heat. So, heating cinnabar. Ancient peoples heated cinnabar to separate mercury from sulfur. This process involves crushing the ore and using a condensing column to collect evaporating. Hold on, I need to go over this way a little bit. It's on a notepad, so it doesn't write it down. Evaporating mercury. The cultural practices. So, various civilizations, including the Greeks, the Romans, the Chinese, were aware of mercury's properties. And, hang on. And used it for different purposes, including medicine and rituals. So alchemy, mercury was significant in alchemical practices, believed to be a fundamental substance in the creation of other metals. So if you think that these people back then were cavemen and they were dumb, they weren't. They were actually more intelligent than we are today as far as these types of things go. You see what I'm saying? Like, they knew more about the unseen realm and the spiritual realm because it was big part, if not, a significant part of their lives. This is why ancient Egypt was all about the afterlife. And we're going to get into that, about these ancient sites where pools of liquid mercury was found. And this is why. It's because they used it for these craft. You think that they wouldn't be able to make metal and stuff like that to create some. I mean, it wouldn't be as fancy as we have them today. It would probably be very rudimentary. Different small shapes, even a sphere, or like, say, the Vimanas looked like a bell. And then we have the Die Glock, which was the German flying saucer bell. And they figured this out a while ago. They were the ones to redo it in the first place. And this is why Hitler was looking for the stuff that he was in the past, because they found out about this and they recreated it with their Hanabu craft and a couple of other ones. Their Vril, the Vril craft are conventional flying saucer type. I can't see the chat right now because I am looking at my notes. So the liquid mercury has been found in Egyptian tombs dating back to 1500 BC. It was also known to be a preservative, and they'd be able to even preserve scrolls in this liquid mercury. If you know what it looks like, it doesn't even, like, it rolls around on the skin almost like in a ball. And they figured when you heat it, that it moves and it creates a force. It spins so fast that it helps create lift. Now, I cannot explain to you exactly how it all works because I just don't understand the science. I'm very new to it. I'm not educated in these areas formally, but I do understand. I have pictures because I was reading an article, and I can't get this any cleaner. And I really needed it. I'm going to have to get a new one. Hold on. Good. I need it. Okay. So, never mind. This is how man-made UFOs, UAPs, actually fly. In the middle of the disc is the hull, where the pilot is, in the middle of it. So, this is why I needed my diagram. So, in Nikola Tesla's drawings, this isn't the marker I need. That's a dry erase marker. Fuck. Okay, so we have... You'll see these craft with balls, spheres, not actual balls. You know what I mean. Spheres on the bottom of them. You'll see a lot of different pictures where these craft have what looks like, this is the saucer shape, okay? It has what looks like on the bottom, these round silver balls. In this is what holds the liquid mercury. In these containers, there are 3 balls. A lot of the time, they'll be right into the craft on the bottom. So on the bottom of it, you'll see something like this. Like that. But these here are the spheres where they hold the liquid mercury. Then sometimes in the middle, you will have what looks like a red glowing light. The reason why this is because this is the heating plate in which heats the mercury and where it spins. There has to be an exhaust release for the heat also, which would come from the bottom here. As this spins, it creates lift. Remember the gravitron? The gravitron ride at the fair? How it spins and it all holds us up against the side? This is the same type of force, but it's utilized differently, okay? So, okay, it sits on a gyroscope. So in the middle, this is only in one design, and this is Nikola Tesla's design, and they're designed differently. You can use this in my video about the flying saucers that was posted after Amy Eskridge, okay? And I did this today. I had to release them all today. It was supposed to come out on the 25th, but whatever. In that video, I literally have a demonstration where they show you lift using magnetism, using the magnets and liquid mercury, okay? And you have a positive and negative charge. Again, going back to the red and the blue. It's extremely interesting. Now, like I said, I can't because I'm not an actual scientist. And it's a shame that we don't have more people that want to be serious about this instead of saying that the aliens came and told them, okay? So in the middle, I'm going to draw on the inside where I've seen it. You'll have the people, sorry, they're just stick people, here in the middle. Because remember with the gravitron, when you went into the center, you weren't affected as you were if you were on the outside of it. Remember? So if you made your way to the center, it was a different feeling than when you're stuck up against the side. Yes? So in the middle like this, I can't see myself now. Right. You'll see the people sitting in the middle of it like this. Sometimes you'll see what looks like maybe a converter. There's an energy, yes, there's an energy converter and something that looks round, almost like this. So there's something that is square, and then there's something that's round on the inside like this. So this is probably the energy converters from the spinning, from the plate in the center and the energy discharge on the bottom, okay? But I'm going to keep reading and read it to you what it says. They sit in the gyroscope. The disc itself is where the mercury actually is housed. So like that, those might be like the tanks of it, because wait till I read you this. There's tanks. So it says, this is a comment actually from a person that I'm reading, and it was a good explanation, but the balls on the bottom could be even tanks where they hold it and it comes up in and then does the spin. So I've never seen it work, of course, but It might be like gas tanks where hoses come and put the liquid mercury, because it may after a while need more. If it's burning, it's gonna maybe shrink, right? So you've got to add more, or maybe the more you add, the faster it all goes. I don't know. But it says it ran by current. It's ran by current. The more power it gets, the faster the mercury moves, like I was saying. So it, like on Dr. Ling's discs, that's what she's talking about, how she saw that she was able, in her one of the last experiments that she talked about, she saw that she was able to get it from a certain output, and she got it to be higher. It actually acts with the electromagnetic field of the planet. So this is why you'll see them moving through like where places where strong ley lines are and things like this, because you probably might have more ability to like kind of like almost like water currents I'm seeing. So like underwater ocean currents, it would be the same with these energetic almost ley lines in the air, and you would travel on them using this electromagnetism, which this is why it's called the electromagnetic field around our planet. And this is why it works, because you're using it along with the planet's natural energy field. This is why if you would have someone coming from somewhere else and they do happen to crash, it's because, like I said before, the field on the outside of the planet needs to match the field of the actual craft, or it'll short it out and then you're going to crash. Depending, I mean, you might not be able to reset. It would almost be like I'm seeing a spinning compass. So it must just bugger the wiring and whatever with the machine. It's probably, when you see this thing levitate, who knows what would take to disturb it. You would think that they would perfect it so that this wouldn't happen. But we're talking about, the Aztecs and the Egyptians that used these. Now there's Teotihuacan. Shit. It's an ancient Mesoamerican site, and it is one of the largest ancient cities. They have flat-topped. I can't say the name. I'm going to read it to you. The spelling. Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan. I fucking can't say words like this. I'm so sorry. It is in Mexico, and it's underneath the ground that they found there, where there was the giant pool of liquid mercury. They would store it there. They actually sealed that up on purpose so that people couldn't find it. They didn't want others to follow, most likely. A lot of this alien thing has to do with people not being okay with being human. You know that, right? Like they see that humanity is so bad, so they want something else. And this is a lot to do with why people want to identify with other alien races instead of their own. Yeah. Unfortunately, the joke's on you, because these are actually people from our ancient past, also known as the Breakaway civilizations. They figured this out using literal lodestones and liquid mercury that they got from cinnabar, which was very, very common back then. The ones in India, they are... So first of all, mica and pyrite. Oh yeah, the at the Teotihuacan, whatever, in Mexico, in Mesoamerica, it's the outside of it has mica, pyrite, and some other minerals. You'll also find this at other ancient sites, and that's because it's made for harmonics, sound, frequency, and vibration. Yeah, that's what it's for. It wasn't only so that someone could stand on the fucking top of the pyramid and their voice could be heard throughout the fucking field or whatever. No. It was because the buildings themselves were meant for harmonics. If you watch the Fountain of Youth clip that I showed you as an example, which not many people did, but that's okay, because this will be known to me. You can hear me speak, but you'll never be figuring it out for yourself. You won't be gaining these muscles for yourself. So all of the harmonics in there was probably to start those craft. Once you start them, you don't have to start them twice. They go forever. It's a free energy thing, so you never have to turn them off. They just sit there. Sometimes you'll hear them make a low hum, they said, but these are probably the older ones. Now, if you think about alien languages, we're talking about people that lived thousands of years ago. We don't even understand we don't even understand English when it goes back a few hundred years. English has changed. So these people that lived thousands of years ago have dead languages to us now, which would sound like alien languages, but they're not aliens. They're not aliens at all. These people are, that's why crystals were important back in the day. Oh yeah, because they very much utilized what the earth had given them. You know, they don't have to go to other planets. The video, my most recent video, shows you that they phase in and out dimensionally. Now, we don't know where it goes. He said this, we don't know where they go because these are test flights and no one's inside of it. They're small vehicles, small craft, like maybe even if you see it, it's probably not much bigger than this binder here. You see, it's a small levitation. So in their experiments, again, you need to watch these videos, educate yourself. In these experiments, they only sent small models. And he said, well, it could have ended up on someone's kitchen table somewhere, who knows? But they are phasing in and out dimensionally. It's just a shame because you can only do so much research, especially if you can't build a large enough craft where people can get inside of it, you see? And again, a lot of this has to do with money. But we're talking about people that lived thousands of years ago. Their languages to us now are dead, and they would sound alien. A lot of the ancient texts are mostly unknown, and Zecharia Sitchin guessed. Do you understand? A lot of people do not agree with his translations of the Sumerian texts. A lot of people. And that, again, he just wants to make money off of the alien thing. But they were telling us, they were trying to anyway. They left it on the walls of Egypt. Even in ancient Sumeria, they tried to carve it down so that we remember with our DNA upgrades and stuff. And they had this back then in their own cycle where people graduated from this place. And that's what we think are aliens. There's no aliens from another planet, but there are people that came before us that learned this technology before us. They didn't go to other planets. They don't need to. There's so much to see here. You don't need to. And there's places that you can hide, including under the ocean. And I mean, from the article that I was reading, I can even bring it up to you. This goes back to 1922. 1922, they had levitation machines. We had water-powered cars and a whole bunch of stuff before it was taken away from us, you know? And the picture I found with Nikola Tesla coming back from like a portal and be like, and they're asking him, oh, sir, what is it like with all your inventions? And he's literally like devastated and crying. Like, it's unbelievably sad. But, you know, it's because there's a lot of people that are just irresponsible. We wouldn't even be able to use this today in our world. Unfortunately, Ning Li's inventions wouldn't have gone very far because we have too many idiots on the planet that would misuse it. Like exactly what AI and the internet is being misused for. Most people are just sitting around watching videos about cats. I got into anti-gravity. You understand? Or gravity modification. People know it as anti-gravity, but it's not actually anti-gravity. It's levitation or lift. So in most cases, and time travel has to do with going over to the other dimensions like we discussed with Travis Walton. Time works differently. So you could pop over to this other dimension and just wait. If 1 hour was 5 days, I mean, we just have to do the math. So you would only need to wait like maybe a few months, and how many years would go by? Do you see? So this is time travel. They're not actually traveling through time. I don't actually believe anymore in, I mean, the Mandela effect was bullshit anyway, because most people can't remember what they did last week. And I know that I remember my mother correcting me on calling it the Berenstain when it's Berenstein Bears, you know? And so it's just misremembering in most cases. Yeah. And so this is why, you know, there's been stuff planned, of course. And so, you know, when you see stuff on The Simpsons and stuff, they've planned this out for a long time ago because they know this too. And these humans that left long ago and return, and probably talk with people, they know this, you know, and they probably know a lot more, you know, than they even say. But yeah, it is very interesting. Their languages are dead languages, so they would seem very alien to us, but that's just because we don't know it anymore. They're only alien to us because we forgot them. They're not actual aliens from other planets. This is nonsense. Even the beings that Elena Danaan is claiming that are inner Earth beings, the Sidhe, those are the Fae. So this has to do with the interdimensionals. Now, what I'm talking about are ultra dimensionals, beings that are from here, but they're human, you know? They're just people that we all thought were dead and caveman stupid, but they're not. They're actually extraordinarily smart. Ancient Egypt was all about the spirit realm for a reason. You know, they knew that's where all the good stuff happened, that here, you know, we just kind of build up our karma and dharma, which determines how we spend our afterlife, you know? But that's what they are. So alien languages, they would be alien to us because, well, they're dead languages. We wouldn't recognize it. It would probably sound pretty alien, in fact, maybe even clicks and stuff like that, because ancient peoples communicated differently. But within the groups of them, they could keep their languages alive, depending upon how much of their civilization actually survived on. You know, like, didn't they say that a bunch of the Mayans just disappeared? I don't think they disappeared. They probably took their craft and went somewhere else. You know, there's been that carving on Ancient Aliens for ages, where you see that Mesoamerican fella in what looks like a mechanical contraption. Well, yeah, they built shit. You know, it's not complicated, and you'd only need, like, depending upon, you know, where you're going. Because like I said, you don't even need to leave the planet. There's so much here to see, and there's so many places here. Yeah, like my video with the crystal skulls, you know, it has to do with the Nazis as well. Look, I'll just read you that article about it. I was so excited when I found all of this. Unfortunately, a lot of it is used for weapons development, which is absolutely ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Anything that they make is not for helping people, it's for harm. You know, even their weather modification that was used in the Vietnam War for cloud seeding. They were cloud seeding in the Vietnam War, and no one has thought, maybe Africa needs some rain. You know, maybe some dry places. Oh, there's a forest fire. We could use our weather machine to put it out. Hell no. Because you know why? Because firefighters need to be paid. Because cleanup crews need to be paid. Disaster means money. So this is why Ning Li was so depressed. Because her work could have changed the world, and instead it just went to waste. They literally take scientists' prototypes and inventions and put them in the scrapyard. And if you think it's for national security, you're absolutely ridiculous. Because there's so many countries that have intelligent, smart scientists who know this stuff too. So it's not like you're keeping it from them. If I found this out all on my own, no top secret person to tell me anything about the liquid mercury and the lodestones, don't you think that somebody else could have figured it out too? Someone that works at NASA, some scientist somewhere? You don't think so? Oh, I do. So it's absolutely ridiculous that people think it's for national security, because it's not. They all know this stuff too. What the secret really is that they don't want you to know this. They want you to think it's aliens. Of course, then they'll be superior. Ooh, everybody wants that. Everybody wants that. They want an extraterrestrial boyfriend or girlfriend. They're not happy with being human. People don't want to hear it. But I'm telling you, I have learned the hard way in my life that if it seems too good to be true, it fucking is. Now hear this. This is called the Disc Aircraft of the Third Reich. Probably the most misunderstood and problematic of all terrestrial-based disc technology lies at the heart of the German disc programs that started with the birth of the NSDAP, the Nazi Party, in 1920, a full 13 years before Adolf Hitler came to power as the leader of the Third Reich. I don't know how to say that. Right? I don't know. Whatever. To fully comprehend the depth of these programs requires the knowledge that above all else, the NSDAP was founded from the onset of the occult, Thule, and Vril societies of both 1917 and 1919, and the Gesellschafts societies. The other occult groups, like the DHVSS, that's where the SS comes from, Men of the Black Stone, also the Black Cube. The cube is your literal computer screen or your phone screen or your TV screen, by the way. So that is the Black Cube and the worship over that. This is how they control our reality. So most people will use this to their advantage and take advantage of you to sell books and tell you that it's aliens from Mars or Venus and the Galactic Federation. This is a disrespect to our own people. Men in Blackstone that stretched back to the turn of the 20th century with the Old German Order, aka the Order of Teutons, Teutons. Oh. As such, the very first disc project in Germany, built in 1922, was not even an aircraft, but an interdimensional flight machine. The disc form, the JFM, built by the Thule Vril societies. Ha! See, they were smart too. They figured out this stuff too, and they recreated it. Lodestone that you can get anywhere, magnets, and liquid mercury. Built by the Vril and Vril, which is where Maria Orsic was from. This is the same group of people. So they definitely were before any of the Nazi Party business. When Adolf Hitler, a Thule member, along with Göring and Himmler and various other top Nazi officials, became chancellor in Germany in 1933, the 11-year occult metaphysical science of Thule Vril, because they were two societies, but they have joined together, it seems here, became strengthened by official state backing for the continued disc development programs, starting with the RFZ, Rundflugzeug, or round aircraft series. This is our traditional flying disc, like I was showing you with this, the saucer, that kind of, some of them will look like this with a little knob on the top too, a little bump on the top, but they look quite thin, like this red example here, a thin flying saucer. Yes? Okay. So when you see these thin ones with the very almost like flat sides and stuff like this, this is the German flying saucers, and they've been around since 1922. So imagine just how many people thought they saw aliens when they just saw the Germans in their craft. And I mean, they could just be dressed like us. They might have space suits on. I don't even think you need a helmet or anything like that, because the oxygen and everything would be provided on the inside. Right, where was I? Vril became strengthened by official state backing for the continued disc development program, starting with the RFZ, the round aircraft series of discs that utilized levitators development by W.O. Schumann, like the Schumann resonance, Schumann. And of course, that resonance probably has to do with how these craft are working with the electromagnetic fields. Schumann of the Technical University of Munich, who worked on the JFM. 1934 saw the first RFZ discs, like again, the traditional flying saucer, built, which led in 5 short years to two vast programs of highly advanced disc aircraft overseen by Himmler's SS, specifically the SS Technical Branch Unit E4. Yeah, I can't say that word. Entwicklungsschüsse. Yeah, okay. I can't speak German. But Unit E4, which was created to explore various alternate engines and alternate ways of propulsion, okay? The SS Technical Branch, oh shit, the unit was tasked with developing both the Haunebu and Vril disc designs that utilized the world's first electromagnetic gravitic drive systems. The Vril and Thule tribeworks. These drives relied on Hans Kohler's free energy converter. Like I said, there's usually in the picture, there's like a converter on one side and then something on the other. I was going to when I make the video of this, I'm going to actually be putting the pictures up and pointing with my cursor and explaining what all this stuff is. Vril disc designs the energy converter coupled to a Van der Graaf band generator and Marconi vortex dynamo, a huge spherical tank of mercury. It spins in there. To create powerful rotating electromagnetic fields that affect gravity. So basically, it's like pushing off of it. So that's where I stopped reading before, because I realized I saw the tanks in my head, like with this and those spherical tanks that you see on a lot of these craft. I have pictures of them. I have a lot of pictures of the Nazi UFO craft, even the craft that, what's his name? George Adamski. Those were Germans. That's why they were blonde haired and blue eyed. Those were Germans. They probably said they were from the Pleiades or whatever, but those were the Germans. You can see the spherical tanks on the bottom of the pictures that he took. And sometimes they glow blue. It's not always a red glow. Sometimes it's glowing blue. So we'll just continue to read a little bit more of this article. Many have often inquired why, when war started in 1939, did Germany not use the advanced and unique machines in air combat? The simple truth lies in the fact that these machines, despite their superior overall performance to conventional piston engine aircraft and early jets, could not be realistically adapted for any useful military role other than for the most basic transport and recon work. They weren't war machines. The strong electromagnetic engines were difficult to control, told you, and could not hope to imitate the flight characteristics of high-performance fighters like the MEBF 109 or the FW 190. There was very little room for either offensive or defensive armament in these designs, except for a few experimental light MG and MK cannons that proved impractical in flight, and a rather large experimental Thunder, can't say that German word, strong jet cannon. These guns tend to destabilize the disc badly. Yeah, see, I told you. It's almost like when you do that spinning top and then it spins. It's kind of like that. When some of them first start up, it goes ding dong, and then it just fucking, it levitates. It's so cool. You gotta watch these videos I post. I've already posted it. So you can literally watch these things levitate all on your own. They do the experiments. It's out there. It's just YouTube buries it in the algorithm, puts all this bullshit, Mr. Beast's bullshit videos, this bullshit video. It buries it, including my channel. So these guns tended to destabilize the disc badly because the boom, 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 boom. Literally, the craft I saw in the sky looked like you could go and blow it. And this is the thing. This is the month. It was probably around this time. I usually celebrate on the 17th. And I did. I celebrated on the 17th, seeing that craft that I did back in July of 2017. It is this month, this year, that I have figured out how they fly. And it makes total sense. I told you, if you just go boop, you could probably move it because they're weightless. It's levitating. It is the coolest thing. And I have been so excited and waiting to tell you. So maybe it was just meant to be. I don't know. So this part I didn't read, so I didn't even know all of these things, but it makes total sense to me. Like a gun, boom, 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 boom. That force of just the gun. It's almost like push and pull, like how they show you in outer space that if, you can use your oxygen to like shoot yourself in one direction or whatever, it works a little bit the same, it seems, that it has to remain in this current state. And this is maybe why they avoid stuff the way that they do and how they are seen to crash so easily sometimes. This is probably why, because it's unstable. They probably perfected it over time and changed it to where now things are on the inside. Okay. Flight characteristics of high performance. Okay. The thunder thing. These guns tended to destabilize the disc badly and were eventually removed. So you will see some pictures of UFO that have these guns on them. These are the German craft. And they didn't keep them on. They tried it, but it doesn't work. The disc bodies themselves were not capable of carrying any ordnance at all, internally or externally. No bombs, unguided rockets, or missiles would work, and could only make turns of 22.5, 45, and 90-degree turns. Nevertheless, the SS, this is again back in 1922 to 39, that, I lost my place. Oh, there was very little room. Oh, shit. Designs for few experimental cannons. I already read that part. Make turns, 90 degrees. Nevertheless, the SS pursued an aggressive policy of theft, forced cooperation, and strong internal development of these types of machines. Yeah, they were stealing it off each other. The same thing they do today. Everybody wants to be number one. Oh, I know the aliens. I'm number one. Allied bombing offensive that made conventional aircraft takeoffs and landings highly dangerous. VTOL was seen as the logical solution to this problem. VTOL. I don't know what that means. If the SS could develop a production machine that in the future could be armed with cannons, missiles, or even electrostatic weapons, then Germany might be able to turn the war. Fuck yeah, they would have. To shorten the time of finding VTOL solutions. VTOL, why does that sound familiar? Hang on, I'm going to check the... Oh, hi, everybody. Sorry, hi, Nick. Yes, I'm well. It doesn't matter about my energy. It's about the information I'm sharing, though, okay? Watch the other videos that I have put out and moving on. VTOL solutions. The SS both robbed both Germany's patent office and every patent office occupied Europe. Yeah, yes, they did. Those with aeronautical skill enough to... Who the fuck does that sound like today? The US? I always figured they just changed their name. Those with aeronautical skill enough to contribute to the SS effort were either arrested or coerced into participating in the programs. Among them, Victor Schauberger of Austria and Henry Coanda of Romania. The SS also used its large slave labor force to assist in construction of large underground facilities for these discs and often for production of components to these machines. Who does that sound like? The US. Although the SS requested additional slave laborers from Armaments Minister Albert Speer, Speer himself was not told what the war projects and laborers would be used for. Indeed, Speer was deliberately kept out of the entire SS disc development programs for security reasons, and the fact that the SS was a state within a state, like Washington is a state within its state, with its own production. I'm at the end of the page. Facilities. War material scientists and technicians, slave workforce, and the knowledge of the secret Third Reich military bases outside Germany, where these discs were both tested and stored. Among those held, Victor Schauberger became the leader of most interest due to his highly unconventional use of liquid vortex technology, which was perfected while he was in the custody at Mauthausen. Originally designed for an odd bio submarine that explains USOs, underwater submerged objects. That's a bio submarine. The strange repulsion discoid motors were to be adapted to aircraft. Heinkel was the first to receive the results of these early Discord tests, but refused to act on it. A year after the repulsion model, a motor was being studied. One of Heiken's own engineers, named Rudolf Schreiber, proposed his own flying gyro that utilized conventional jet engines instead of the repulsion decoy motor. His design was taken from him and handed over to the team of scientists for further study and the construction of a large flying prototype like the Hanabu or whatever. They made those. The team consisted of Dr. Richard Methe, Klaus Habermohl, and an Italian, Dr. Giuseppe Belluso? Reminds me of Belludo. It's a word that I learned from learning things about Argentina. It means stupid. Who had come up with his own design for a jet-powered round flying bomb. Oh, awesome. The Turbo Propulsion or something. Meanwhile, BMW started work on a design. The BMW has made UFOs, everybody. Started work on a design. Oh, BMW is German, though. Worked on a design very similar to Schreiber's flying gyro, but utilizing the company's own BMW 003 jet engines. These machines, called Flugrades, winged wheels. Winged wheels, just like the flying wheels of of past ages were not really true disc aircraft, but jet autogyros built on much smaller scale. Oh, like drones. Then Shriver's flying gyro. So work proceeded from 1941 to 45, with construction prototypes beginning in 1943. Instability, however, was never really solved in the early designs. Yep, this is why they were always crashing back in the day. One disc, however, a BMW Flying Gyro 2 V-2, possibly achieved flight in April 1945. Shriver's own disc began to take shape in 1943 as well, and flew under the jet power provided by 3 attached special kerosene-burning jet engines driving the disc rotor, as well as 2 kerosene jets on the body for forward thrust and horizontal stability. Oh my God, the explosion. That would blow up so hard. Schreiner's own disc began to take shape in 1943 as well, and flew under jet power provided by 3 attached special kerosene-burning jet engines. Oh, should I have read that? Flight characteristics were good, but then the SS decided to abruptly drop Shriver's jet fan design in favor of Meathey's version that eliminated the large disc rotor blades driven. Oh, I'm seeing which one. You can see these too in the pictures. They have these, which look like what's in the inside of airplanes. I have pictures of all of this. In my video that I'm going to make about all of this, I will be putting the pictures as an example of these craft as we talk about this. Rotor blades driven by jet engines for Schauberger's liquid vortex engine. Like I was talking about, the liquid mercury with the lodestones, the magnetism. It wouldn't blow up. That's the thing. Like, as long as you contained the mercury, and this type of mercury, I believe, that was found like in the cinnabar was like a lot less toxic. Like mercury is still toxic, but this was a lot less toxic in the form that they were using it in. Yeah. Oh, I put on the kettle and I forgot to make tea. Liquid vortex engine, but on a larger scale. So yeah, they made it something bigger, like I said, where they could get into it. With Schauberger's release back to Austria in 1944 by the SS, the Meathey disc took to the air that same year over the Baltic Sea. At the same time, a private venture with official backing from Air Ministry General Udet was taking shape in Leipzig. Arthur Sack, who caught the attention of Udet way back in 1939 with his AS-1 circular wing flying aero model, was given permission and some funding to build a manned large-scale version of his model. Incredible. See, they've had these craft for a really, really long time, and other countries had them before the US. This is why probably after the war, they got all those Nazi scientists to come to the US, and they continued it there, their work there with the UFOs and stuff like that. Some funding, large-scale version of his model. Sack took up the challenge and built 4 more models of increasing size, so they get bigger in size. When the AS-5 demonstrated that the basic concept was sound, construction began on the manned version in early 1944. The AS-6 within a month, with strange, largely wooden aircraft utilizing salvaged parts from the MEBF 108 was taxiing and making attempts to fly. But this project was doomed from the start, with an underpowered engine plagued by structural problems, which meant the aircraft could hop but never fly. Dimensions. A dimensional hop. It's not actually hopping like a rabbit. They mean dimensional hop. They're interdimensional flight craft. So you can go back in between different dimensions, like I said. On the other side, time works differently. Travis Walton only thought he was gone for an hour, and he ended up being gone for 5 days. So again, this is time travel. They could just go there and wait. Even years there would be hundreds of years here. So they could just wait on the other side. Due to round-the-clock bombing, the SS was forced to try even more drastic measures, launching unmanned interceptor discs from the Schwarzwald. The discs were known as the Feuerball weapon, sometimes erroneously referred to as the Mystery V7 weapon, of which there was never any official designation. The WNF Feuerball relied on a rocket motor for launch, a plume center for aerial detection, and an electrostatic field weapon invented by Messerschmitt's Ober something facility. Production of these craft was initially performed by the WNF. Because the disc burned chemicals around its ring to create the electrostatic field necessary to disable Allied bomber engines and radar, the object was soon nicknamed the Foo Fighter by the Allies, who sighted this fiery halo weapon approaching them by day or night. Oh my God, this is cool. Foo was a take on the French word fire, and from the Smokey Stover comic of a bumbling fireman that actually started fires. Naturally, WNF observed the burning effect too and soon nicknamed the weapon the Fireball. The fireballs plagued the 415th NFS from November 1944 to April 1945. By that time, production had been shifted to the Zeppelin work that nicknamed the larger improved weapon as Kugelblitz Ball Lightning. Oh my God! What? The Allies seemed confused by these weapons, which ranged in size small to a large and attacked in singles or multiples. The Germans further confused the Allies by launching the Cypherblasen along with the fireballs. They were soap bubbles, were large weather balloons trailing metal strips that confused Allied radar. Their large round shape reflecting in daylight gave them the appearance of a shining globe, similar to the fireball. That's amazing. The Germans further complicated the identification of the Foo Fighters with a range of smaller. No way! My sphere! Spherical aerial probes. I saw in the sky years ago, I was taking pictures of chemtrails up in the sky in my old building. And I showed that UFO guy in town too. And he's like, that's a bird. I'm like, no, motherfucker, that's a bird. What the fuck is that? It was a silver ball that you couldn't see with your eyes, but I saw it in the camera. And I knew that they could cloak. They're like, well, you see something like them in a movie with Tom Cruise, but they're weaponized. And the ones that I know of aren't weaponized. And they're AI capable. So, like, you can communicate with it. The one that I see with me follows me around and, well, hopefully one day I'll be able to prove it to you. The way things are going, it certainly seems to be. So let's see. The Foo Fighters and the orbs. I can't believe that's a real thing. I thought I was fucking crazy. With a range of smaller, purely spherical aerial probes that are round. They're like spheres. They're silver spheres, but they're not huge. They're bigger than a basketball and a beach ball. Like I said, they used them in this movie with Tom Cruise that's about the future with aliens, but actually he doesn't know he's a clone. Oh no! And yeah, they were used as psychological weapons. So, like I was saying, these spheres do have different capabilities, but I knew it as like a camera. And I could interact with it, but this is again something that hasn't happened for you to see yet. I didn't know they were used for weapons. That makes sense though, because if you are getting hit with direct energy weapons, they would be from this. It would be from the sphere, not from something that gets shot from the sky. It would be something that's closer to you that could be right outside your window and you wouldn't even be able to see it. They may not even affect the electromagnetic energies around it. So, like, you wouldn't have light bulbs going on and off, but maybe, depending on what it was. But if there is these weapons, like they said that Amy Eskridge was attacked with, it was these. It was these smaller, spherical, they're round, and they're like not shiny silver. They're like a pewter silver color. So it's like a darker grayish silver, like pewter, not like actual silver like this on my bracelet, not like, or on my necklace here, not like silver like this, like that they would reflect light. They're more of a dark pewter color. But it looks like silver, but it's more of a pewter. And that is a darker silver, okay? And these would be what would be used for the direct energy weapons. This would not be something that you got shot with the sky from. The accuracy wouldn't be good enough. Even with satellites, that wouldn't be used. They would use something like this. In singles or multiples. So sometimes you'll see them by themselves, and sometimes you'll see multiple spheres together, flying along together. And this is why. Because it's like a fleet. They're like same thing as they are doing with the drones now. That's why I knew that those drones were the government and that it had nothing to do with extraterrestrials. And I was right, it was all the government. Probably gearing up for something that has to do with all of this. Okay. The ball weapons played aerial games with the Allied bomber guns. Yeah, because they're really fast. And so they'll sit there and then they'll be like, bam, 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 bam. You won't be able to hit them. They're extraordinarily fast. And they can go invisible. and they'll reappear and disappear and fuck with you that way. And they're AI, so no one needs to be controlling them. They control themselves. That were used psychological weapons. These ball weapons were playing aerial games with Allied bomber gunners that would have, in time, distracted them from the real threat of larger approaching discs. So they would be a distraction. Well, this is amazing. This is how they beat them down in Antarctica during Operation. Oh, it goes to talk on about that on the next page. Operation High Jump. That's hilarious. That's how they beat them. They had superior technology, like in ways that they wouldn't be able to fight. These little balls are pretty fun, actually. I mean, for me, anyway. I don't know about others. Okay, but by spring of 1945, the war was lost, regardless, and most of the remaining disc programs were halted. Henry Coanda had been arrested in Paris in 1940 and forced to work on the disc under SS supervision. His design for a lenticular disc that benefited from his own Coanda effect was a masterpiece of jet disc design. But because it required 12 Jumo 004 jets to power the huge machine, the project never got past the wind tunnel testing phase. Likewise, Andreas Epps' independent Omega Discus was utilized to Prasp ramjets and 8 Argus lift fans. Yeah, they're fans. We've seen those too. Some of the government craft, including the one big black triangle, the Phoenix Lights was ours. And a lot of those craft do have those fan lifts on the bottom of them. You'll see some of the secret aircraft that they even use in the public have some of those fan lifters. Yeah, that's where they got that from. One-tenth of the scale. So they made them smaller first to test them. Like I was showing you in my video after Amy Estridge with the flying saucer video. It shows you the smaller models that they test with. So Dr. Alexander Lipsitch had also studied disc aerodynes back in 1941 and was involved in the ME-163 Comet and DM-1 Delta glider programs to produce anything more than brief design concepts based on the Gottingen K 1253 disc wing profile. The Horton brothers, especially with flying wings, also studied circular wing designs, but did not actually work on anything in Nazi Germany. They did so for the US government post-war in late 1945 and 1946, producing what is now believed to be the crash. Roswell wasn't aliens. Roswell wasn't aliens. And it produced the crash in Roswell of 1947. A spy craft, parabolic lifting body carried by large meteorological balloon. So it did have a balloon, but there was a craft attached to it. They did find a balloon, but they also found that craft. So, in the face of imminent defeat, BMW destroyed all their flying discs. Schreiber's Fluggerus, whatever, was also destroyed. Hold on a second. I thought I heard Salem meow, but Salem is sleeping. It was probably something outside or a kid or something, because I heard something. I thought it was him. Where was I? Destroyed all their Mythay's disc may have been captured as Mythay went to Canada post-war to work on our Avro's designs. So there's also several facilities in Canada, one in my province that I'm aware of. Habermol was captured by the Russians while Dr. Beluzzo returned to Italy. Schauberger's repulsors were also captured by the Allies, while most of the SS scientific branch records, still intact, were captured by the British, who post-war attempted to create a working design through the RO Canada with eventual US assistance. It's all ours. There's no aliens, I told you. People want there to be aliens, but it's not. They all come from here in one way or another. One very little known Peenemünde disk project under Heinrich Fleischer was the last disk to take off from Berlin in late April 1945 on an official mission. Maria? But details of the Dusenschreib Devil's Disc remain clouded in mystery. Meanwhile, the fireball attacks that stopped in April 1945 in Germany resumed in August 1945 in Japan. An obvious technological transfer from Germany to Japan via U-boat. The Japanese also have their own. Everybody has their own secret space programs, you guys. It's nothing about national security. They all got their own shit. The Japanese, however, lacked all the documentation for this weapon and only launched a few. It is said that the Japanese were frightened by this demonic thing and destroyed the remaining fireballs by dynamiting them in a pit. Oh. Photographic evidence also seems to identify Kugelwaffen sent to Japan, as well as several are seen trailing Sally bombers, probably for flight testing. So again, if you see like a craft being led by other crafts, even in other countries, it looks like a UFO being led by jets or whatever, this is not aliens. These are humans and human flight test craft, like the Hanabu. But the Third Reich story ends as strangely as it had begun. What about the mysterious Fool Vril discs, which were actually built in small numbers? By 1945, there were quite a few Hanabu 2 and Vril 7. The 7 discs flying. The Vril had even tested the Vril 8 Odin and possibly the even more streamlined Vril 9 Abjäger. These craft were not destroyed, but evacuated from March 1945 to an area safe from Allied bombing or capture, Antarctica. In the year preceding the start of World War II, Germany sent an expedition to Antarctica to scout out for a location for a military base there. The Germans found such a location in the former Queen Maud land, which Germany, Neuschwabenland, renamed Neuschwabenland. There, in secret during 1942 and 43, a base was built in the Mullig-Hoffman Mountains, Base 211, or Station 211. The base was supplied with slave laborers shipped by sea and U-boats to construct an elaborate cave complex deep within the mountains, an impenetrable fortress. Hot internal springs were found there, iron ore deposits, vegetation, and access was achieved primarily through an underwater trench that ran through the area. During the war, especially the later part, German U-boats made frequent trips to the South Atlantic, South America, and Antarctica. Germany also set up floating meteorological buoys in the Antarctic waters and weather stations on islands located between Antarctica and the tip of South America. The SSRU SHA RAS and Siedlungshauptamt Race and Settlement Bureau? Like genetic race? Oh, because they were all about the eugenics back then too. Oh, began in 1942 to take women of Aryan descent, that means blonde hair and blue eyed, from the Ukraine solely for transporting them to base 211. Holy shit, that's why all the women are blonde hair and blue eyed and beautiful. They're not fucking aliens, they're the beautiful ass women from Russia and Ukraine. You've never seen the beautiful women from Russia and Ukraine? Damn. That's why they say they look like Europeans. That is fucking amazing. 10,000 women between the ages of 17 and 24, blonde and well-proportioned, were recruited for the project. Oh my God! That means that Adamski and whoever, even, what's his name? Billy Meyer, he didn't meet no fucking aliens. These were blonde-haired German, Ukrainian, Russian women. That's amazing. And they created a colony, a breakaway civilization with that. They're not Pleiadians. They're blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordics, but they're fucking from Ukraine and they're human. Holy crap. Hi, Merv. What's made an exciting discovery, Merv? I have to come over here I'll just go in the bedroom. arm is in the bedroom window, so I'll just have to open this for a second and window here. I was going to get a bigger whiteboard anyway. I should have washed that off ages ago. That sucks. I love my little whiteboard. I don't know what else to use. Vinegar usually does the trick to take that off. Shit. Okay. Let's see. Oh, good. Well, I certainly hope. Ukraine now peddling girls. Well, not really. I mean, even if, well, did they say they kidnapped them or they were recruiting? Let's see what it said there. Well, yeah, they did. They took people to build the stuff. They took slave labor. Women between were recruited. So recruited does not mean kidnapped. They could come to me and ask me, I'd be gone tomorrow, you guys. You'd never see me again. So, and that's the thing. If I ever do go missing, well, investigate, make sure that I'm not dead. But if I'm actually missing, I won't just disappear. I don't think it's going to happen that way. I believe that it will be joint. So when I'm ready, like those people flew over my building, they're going to come back and we're going to discuss things again and probably bring it right out into the public. And that's what I was talking about with my spheres. Now, I wish that I had more, and this is why I don't talk about these things, because this is probably not going to be relevant at this time, probably maybe 5 or 10 years down in the future. It may. It's not picking up right now, but eventually, hopefully, I will. And then, because I believe honesty, truthfulness, and genuinity are rewarded. Not lying about aliens, telling everybody that you have an alien husband and your alien husband says that UFOs and ether works this way or whatever. That's bullshit. So the women were recruited. They're Russian, or Ukrainian rather. There was 10,000 well-proportioned women, but also 2,500 serving from Russia. So the goal of this massive undertaking was to create a colony at like a breakaway civilization at base 211, suitable for habitation and continued development of the Thule-Vril technology. Please come and pick me up. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to live with these people anymore. I will never come back. I'll never talk to anybody. I'll never send another fucking email. Please, 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 please come and get me, because I don't want to stay here anymore with this regular world. I don't want to be part of it anymore. I want to be part of the breakaway civilization. Take me away. It is believed that both the Thule and Vril societies and the Gesellschafts evacuated that technology to base 211 at the close of the war under SS General Kammler, who was in charge of Germany's most recent secret weapons program. 2 U-boats that surrendered after the war in Argentina were also believed to have carried cargo and high-ranking SS to base 211, which that's where Claudia Nocelli lives, in Argentina, in South America. And so at the edge of Argentina, you would hit the ocean and sail out to Antarctica there. That's where you would get on a boat, probably to take an Antarctic tour. Okay? So Okay, both boats were empty upon surrender, with the crews refusing to disclose their cargoes or their destination. This was totally secret. I think that these people were sick of the bullshit of this world too, with the cabal and all of that going on. They knew about that back then, and they were opposing it. A lot of people don't know this, that they were opposing the cabal, and the cabal defeated them. Okay, you now know. Um, It became apparent in 1946. Yeah, I I never talked about this, but I always knew about this. Um, about the in Germany. Um, of course, a lot of people get all upset because of what happened to the Jewish people. But again, I would, yeah. Okay. Anyway, it became apparent in 1946 that that 50. Sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing the writing. 54 U-boats. I have to zoom in a little bit. There we go. I've lost my place now that I zoomed in. 54 U-boats and over 6,000 technicians and scientists were missing, like Dr. Ning Li was missing. No, they weren't. From Germany, especially from the U.S. technical branch. That's because they were in Antarctica. They left for the breakaway civilization. There were also 40,000 slave laborers and between, that's a lot of people, 142,000 and 250,000 German citizens unaccounted for. They're Germans, the blonde and the blue-eyed. Even in Claudio Nocelli's books, he talks about people that have German-sounding accents. That's why. They're people like us. Despite simply writing these off as probable losses and deaths of the war, Washington suspected that a large number of these missing actually escaped to South America and Base 211. If such a base existed, the U.S. then went on a hunt using the war criminal propaganda to cover up the search for technology akin to a South American version of Operation Paperclip. The United States was so concerned about the secret base that in 1947, with the first Antarctic summer, Operation High Jump with Admiral Byrd was launched. With a full military task force headed by Admiral Byrd, the task force was headed straight for... Sorry, I got to go back. I'm reading a book off of the Internet Archive. Oh, there's pictures! In the summer of 1942, a small barn outside of Munich, the occult Thule and Vril Gesellschafts, the societies, set about to create an interdimensional flight machine based upon channeled information received by their two mediums, Maria Orchis and Sigrun, from Aldebaran and the Taurus constellation 68. That's not possible. There are no aliens. Maria and the Thule medium had been receiving information from what she believed was Aryan aliens. What she believed. She didn't know. They can fool you. Since 1919, but could not translate their language and strange mental images. Yeah, because like I said, they speak a dead, foreign, ancient language that's no longer on Earth. Even before, the Germans were after. The ancient civilizations figured it out first. So we're going to have people that look like ancient Mayans, people that look like ancient Egyptians, people that look like the ancient Chinese. They all figured this out and took these machines first. They may have been very rudimentary, but like I said, if there is an ice wall, an extraterrestrial means more land. Extra meaning more, Terrestrial meaning land. Extraterrestrial, more land. That's what extraterrestrial means. So there's probably land beyond Antarctica. Like Admiral Byrd did discuss, there's more land or secret land hidden that we don't know about. Purposely. Like they don't let us see Antarctica, they wouldn't let us see that either, and adjust their flight patterns. This is probably why flight patterns are weird and stuff like that as well, because we have to avoid certain areas like this where these people probably live. And there's been, like the island of Atlantis is an example, but Atlantis, again, was not an island. That's symbolic. So it must mean that there are advanced peoples living on an island somewhere that is secluded from the rest, which could be Antarctica. Atlantis was an age. Anybody that tells you that it was a place is either ignorant and uninformed. They definitely were not there at the time of their reincarnation to hear, okay? It was not a place. It was an age, and the Atlantean age was worldwide. So, and this is where the technology would have come from before. And then again, it dies out, like how they say that the pyramids were built long before the Egyptians ever found them. Well, yes, because again, this goes back to the liquid mercury being found at sites like Egypt, and also in that Teotihuacan or whatever, that South American city, which they have an underground. Now, they said that it represents rivers. They could have used anything else other than liquid mercury. They knew what it was. They weren't stupid. It wasn't just because it was shiny. They had to make that and refine it for a purpose. So, I think that most of all that our peoples believe that we are the smartest ones that existed now in time. They don't realize that cycles have come and gone, and civilizations way better than ours have come and gone, risen and fallen, and created technology because they were in an age where they didn't have a ruling class of people which were selfish and greedy and evil. We literally have the exact opposite now of what the Atlantean age was before. We didn't have liars. We didn't have people trying to be better than other people by saying that they're an ambassador of the aliens and she speaks for the aliens. No one else does, only her. Everybody else gets thrown under the bus, even her own friends like Megan Rose, right? I'm so sick of this bitch. So aliens don't need to tell us nothing. I don't believe, like even it says what she believed was Aryan aliens. But no, it's not. There are some people who will still want to believe this. That's okay. You can go ahead and think that they're aliens while I go and join them and leave with the Breakaway civilization. You can sit there and be like, oh, the aliens, come and save us. Oh, be my boyfriend. Yeah, it's not happening. Any beings that would come from another dimension or an older civilization would never want to get with a caveman from this civilization. And anybody that tries to make this, no, you're being played. Absolutely 100%. There's no way that a being like this would want to get with somebody like this, somebody like us. So that's, it's never even crossed my mind. It's not about jealousy. It's not about, I've been so single, it's ridiculous, but never, ever did I ever sit around and think that I'm going to have an extraterrestrial husband or something. That's absolutely ridiculous. This is just something that people do. The same as telling people that you're a doctor, that you're this and that, or this runs in your bloodline, or that, or there's 5 generations of mediums, or blah, 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 blah. It's just to give you whatever bullshit you're selling so that you can sell books or whatever you're doing more credibility. Oh, I'm a doctor, so take me seriously, and all that bullshit. Anyway, they're going to get like a rude shock when the time comes, because bad deeds are not rewarded. Only in the material realm will you get money and admiration and fans for your bullshit. So by 1992, parts of the machine began arriving independently. With a cylindrical power unit running through the center of all three plates. The central disc plate measured 8 meters in diameter. Above it, the parallel disc plate. Yeah. So there's more because of the turning that they need. There's more discs on the inside of it turning. 6.5. So it basically goes bigger, smaller, smaller, kind of like that, almost like a vortex V type of shape. We'll have a large disc and then a little bit smaller and a little bit smaller. Through the center of all three disc plates, hold on, I'm going to go to the next page, ran a 2.5 meter high cylindrical power unit that fit into a running 1.8 meter hole that culminated at the bottom of the disc body with a coinsal point was attached an enormous pendulum to stabilize the equipment once the unit was operating. Oh, that's why sometimes you'll see them and the craft in the sky is moving. It's stationary, but sometimes it'll be slightly moving back and forth this way. And that's because of the pendulum and the spin it has. The pendulum must act almost like an anchor. What's that thing you use that moves around? Skyrim or whatever that it was. But yeah, because of the force. So this would be almost like a counterbalance thing, and it would move, so it would balance it out whatever way it's turning. Is that ever cool? Yeah, they're not as easy to operate. That's why they're crashing. We're thinking they come from, another galaxy and they crash. No, they fucking didn't. They probably came from across the ocean in Germany. Once activated, the cylindrical power unit, which consisted of an electric starter motor and a high-power generator, started the upper and lower disc plates spinning in opposite directions to create a rotating electromagnetic field that was increasingly intensified. Like the faster it spins, the more intense and powerful it is. The intensity and frequency of the field oscillations increased in theory to a point where an interdimensional oscillation occurred. So you're spinning so fast, opening a gateway or portal to another world. The occultists called this a white hole that theoretically would connect the JFM to Aldebaran, or wherever the coordinates corresponding frequency oscillations, and navigate the machine through to that world. The sole purpose of this machine was to reach Aldebaran and make contact directly with those that had supplied the information through channeling. Yes, but that doesn't mean that this place is in outer space, in another galaxy. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that. Two years of research was done with the JFM until 1924, when the machine was hurriedly dismantled and moved to Augsburg, where it eventually was placed in storage at Messerschiff's facility. With the end of the war, no trace was ever found of the JFM. Perhaps it was destroyed in an Allied bombing raid, or simply taken apart by the Germans themselves out of fear. No one is certain. But whether or not the JFM actually worked one thing was certain: the Thule and Vril societies, with the help of W.O. Schumann, that's the guy who did the Schumann residence, of the Technical University of Munich, developed some form of levitator unit from it that would be utilized in further German disc aircraft, with the RFZ type starting in 1934 and ending with the fantastic Vril and Haunebu discs of 1939 and 1945. So not only, but see, Vril means energy, life force, and chi. So the electromagnetic part of it is the energy, life force. And this is why it has a component where you and that has to do with the Jesuits. Anyway, it has some diagrams here, and those were the exact pictures that I have. I've got 1, 2, 3 for absolute sure of those. 4. I've got that one too. Oh, I didn't see those ones. Those are with the writing on it. Yeah, I have those ones as well, with the little circles, the big one, and there's 2 small ones on the other side. There's ones with 3 small, like I was trying to show you, with these on the bottom, these spheres, and that's like, it has to be rotating, right? On the underneath. Think of, like I said, the gravitron, that machine at the carnival. This is incredible. So in my video, I'll be posting all these pictures so you can see them, because they do have the Haunebu craft. It actually, there are pictures of it. There's the one with the gun on the bottom that they had put on and taken off. The Vril 7. Yeah. So this one is the one that looks like this. And you'll see these ones quite often. This one has like a little top on it. It's not exactly square. It's roundish. Okay. And then it has this type of look. Of course, they're equal on both sides, but you'll have something that looks like this. And so you'll have this disc shape, and then there's be a little doohickey on the bottom, and a little bump on the top. Very high tech plus high spirit. Yes, that's what. Yes, unfortunately, you have to realize how big of liars the people who are the ruling class. Once you figure out that half the people that created astronomy and some of that were Freemasons and in part of these secret societies, then that version of space starts to disappear for you. I know. But for me, I just don't believe that anymore. But it's okay if you do. You can do with this what you want. It's your future, and it's your destiny, and it's your responsibility. So whatever I'm being at is where I'm at, and this will be for my future. So you can decide what it is, what you want it to be for you. I can't convince you. All I can do is share with you what I'm discovering here, which has to do with my life. You see? So, if you want to, I've already done and showed you about, it was in the work of Claudio Nocelli, where I talked about string theory and all the other theories of the possibilities of our reality, okay? And just about existence itself. Because, like, I'm saying that time travel, I could never understand because it didn't make sense. But what does make sense is that these are interdimensional craft. So like again, with Travis Walton, he only recalls being gone for about an hour and a half at most. And he was gone for 5 days. So the time works very differently. All they would have to do, like I said, is go over to this other place, wherever they're at, wait for a certain amount of time to go by, which would be more accepted, like telling everybody that they're aliens, and then to come back at that time when it's really just this breakaway civilization that has hundreds of thousands of people from the base 211 in Antarctica. Okay. So, but the blonde haired, that's why they've got big breasts and blonde hair and everything, because they were chosen that way for that. But none of them are Palladian aliens. None of them. They're Germans or Russians or from Ukraine. It's not about I'm unable to accept aliens. I've noticed you never talk about remote viewing. Yeah, because remote viewing is unreliable. And one girl who claims to be a starseed and alien contactee does remote viewing of Area 51 and all this stuff. And she was completely and utterly wrong. And it was nonsense. So there's a lot of stuff that I don't adhere to unless you're somebody who's been, and we wouldn't even hear of these people. These are the people that are in like the real secret space program, not sitting around on the internet and saying that they are. Okay. Other star systems, no. Interdimensional means in between dimensions. Of like a book, how there's many spaces in between spaces. This is interdimensional. Even Elena Danang said that there are aliens on Jupiter, but they live in another dimension. There are no fucking aliens. You guys just want there to be aliens. You want there to be aliens because you don't like human beings, and you're hoping that other people or other beings will accept you, or you can have friends that aren't humans that you can be cool with somebody else. Stop playing with me. If they were real, Elena Danang would not be telling everybody that the Sidhe, which are the Fae, fairies, interdimensional beings, okay, are aliens. She has an AI creation of some ugly ass dude who she's claiming that is an alien from inner Earth. They are not aliens. They are all past civilizations, whether from the human civilization or the civilizations that were created before us, but they are not aliens. You just want them to be aliens. Yes, the truth is coming out, but it's not going to be it's not going to be from these people. Yeah, I have no idea who Farsight is, and I don't care. Most of these people are just doing it for money. I'm sorry. I don't care. The only thing that I want is to get out of here and move on with my life. Like, I'm not here for you. Everyone thinks I'm just sharing this with you. If you choose to progress or pursue this and this is what you want, that's fine. But for most people, it's just going to be elementary school stuff. So there is no, okay, you can believe whatever you want, but that's okay. I'm good where I'm at. And I know now what my future holds. And I know now why those people were above my building. And I do want to join you. And I do want to leave as soon as possible. Yeah, no, there's no pro remote viewers who are on the internet. They tell you about 3 days of darkness. There's no pro remote viewers on the internet. They're all phonies. Anybody on the internet's looking to make $1. That's all it is. They're selling you bullshit. So it's all good. I don't care. So it's all right. This is great because now it takes off so much pressure. Like, oh, they're just people. It's pretty sad and pathetic, though. You have to go around saying that you have an extraterrestrial husband. But there's not just Elena Denon doing that. There's a whole bunch of fucking losers doing that. Thank goodness. As soon as I educate myself properly and I get on the right page, I just know I'm getting the fuck out of here. This is why I've been alone for so long, so that I don't miss my own people and that I don't miss this place and I can just leave and never come back. Oh my God, am I ever ready? Yep, never. Never. So it's cool. If you want to still think it's aliens, you'll never be a part of it. You're just going to be part of the make-believe fantasy tales. That's it. You'll be taken advantage of. Lied to. Don't treat you a slave. Excellent. So now I knew why they came. I figured they were watching what I was going to do with it, and I didn't make up bullshit stories, and I didn't lie to everybody, and that's not what they're looking for. So there's no advanced understanding. It's recognizing being and making being your own. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But I'm talking about the people that say, oh, I'm speaking for extraterrestrials, or oh, I'm a doctor, or I'm this, and so I must be legitimate, and I know what I'm talking about. All that fucking bullshit. Anyway, I've already read a book about remote viewing. That's something that I don't do because I believe in minding my own fucking business. But the things that I do know are things that are inside my subconscious. So I've been probably part of something that I'm unaware of ever since I was young. I'm not going to go into it too much. We've already heard these things, but Yeah, it starts to make sense now, and I'm very glad, you know, I'm glad. This is what I always wanted. And so I suppose I just wasn't quite ready because there was so much I did not understand. I didn't want to be one of those dummies thinking that they were aliens anyway. That's so embarrassing. Oh, thank God. And that's the thing. I've just always been following the creator. I didn't need extraterrestrials and all this bullshit. What a bunch of nonsense. Well, see, I think a lot of people do know how to do these things, whether you know it's remote viewing or not. Like, I accidentally spy in on people if I'm thinking about them too hard, and then I have to stop because I realize, shit, like this is none of my business, and I wouldn't want, even though they probably do, someone, peeping in on me, um, especially in, private times, like where, like I'm taking a crap or something. So that isn't something that I'm comfortable with. And I think that the CIA has used remote viewing for terrible things for a long time. And then we have a lot of people who are just completely and utterly full of shit looking for attention and to sell books online. And even if they're not writing a book, the majority of them have. And anybody who's in a secret space program, you wouldn't need to sell people a course. You would, if you really truly care about humanity, you would be doing what I'm doing here and sitting people and just reading people and telling people what it is, not giving them some fantasy story tales. But the problem is that it is true that it's easier to fool people than to tell them just how badly they have been fooled. I mean, this all starts for us in our schooling system. So we're taught from a very young age that this is how things are, and this is how gravity works, and this is all there is, and blah, 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 blah. And they do this on purpose. And again, I'd like to remind you that back in the day when segregation and, the racism was very high and common, it was, back in the day, um, they gave people who were enslaved, black people who were enslaved, a slave Bible. And all the other Christians think they didn't get a slave Bible. Yes, you did. You got the slave Bible that was handed down from you from the people who created it. You also got a slave Bible. So don't think for a second that you didn't give you a slave Bible, and you are still using your slave Bible, and you are still a slave to the elites. You don't like to hear this, but it's true. So if you think telling me to read the Bible, no, I'm not going to go and read the slave Bible, because that's what it is. That's what it is. You have been given that same text. So I don't want to hear from these people anymore at all. Um, yeah, that's why if I seem a little bit angry or negative towards it, it's because of the fact that there have been so many bullshitters and people just fucking around for money. Like, it didn't take me. I'm not a doctor. I don't have a university degree. I don't have any aliens. Okay. I'm not part of like an official secret space program bullshit. Okay. There's not 5 mediums in my generation. I taught myself this. I utilized the internet for what it was for, education, not looking at TikTok videos. And I learned. And I know some people that come to this, they feel a sense of entitlement because they earned it. They believe that it belongs to them. But, okay, Golden Age, can you just stop? Because I've already, I've had enough of you. Stop. So, yeah, I did not expect this, but I was getting there. But the thing about the languages, if you missed part of this, alien languages will seem alien to you because a lot of the ancient languages are dead. We don't even know what they sounded like or what their syllables were because no one is alive today who speaks them. So they would be alien to us. If you missed the part where I talked about past civilizations and mostly the majority of our sacred sites have had this liquid mercury found at it. But the one in Mesoamerica, Tio was something. Underneath there is a large pool of mercury, and it goes back. So they probably drain it out of the pool and put it underneath the pyramid itself to have the spin there to create an electromagnetic field that would support that, I suppose. But they look like launch pads for a reason, and I'm pretty sure that they used that in the Alien versus Predator movies where they landed craft on top of them. And this is why, because back in the day, this is how they left. So, yeah. People only want it to be aliens because they don't like humanity. They want there to be something different. They want to be something different other than human. Oh, I'm a starseed. I'm from Andromeda. I'm from the Pleiades. I'm from Lyra. Yeah, no, you're just a human. Shut the fuck up and get over it. Anyway. Yeah, there's been so much bullshit. Like, they pretend to be a good person, they pretend to be friendly and happy, and then you go and you throw Megan Rose under the bus and tell everybody that her contact is gay and destroy her. Yeah, you're a piece of shit. Um, I think that there's been a great misconception to fool you, like a wolf in sheep's clothing, pretending to be this, pretending to be that, but they're not. Anybody who really cares about humanity would just give it to humanity. And I'll have to sell it in a book. The reason why I wrote my book is because I didn't know what else to do with all of that. I was getting exhausted telling the stories over and over and over. That's why I took it down. And I don't know what to do with it. And I haven't for the longest time because it was never about the money. And now that I know that it's just making evil Amazon Jeff Bezos even more rich and I get $1 for each book, absolute ridiculousness. But yeah, most people are just looking to make their lives good here in this material realm, and that's all you're going to have. So if you want to be a storyteller, you're only going to be a storyteller. If you want to be a pretender and a make-believer and you're going to be telling people that you're going to Neptune with aliens, that's all you're going to have. That's all your life's going to be. It's never going to evolve. So some is wounded thought. I would suggest you just minding your own business and keeping your assumptions to yourself because you don't know anything about me at all, because I haven't told you. So your assumptions, this is the reason why these beings leave and they don't come back to talk to anybody. I guarantee you. So guarantee you, because a lot of people don't want to deal with this bullshit of other people. They don't, often, oh, you're a person. If that's all you're able to see, get out of it. Because that's at all, and you suck with your intuition. So I don't care. It's not my business to educate you on this part anyway. So you don't know anything about me. Only your assumptions and your perception, the idea of me that you've built inside your mind. Like, people think that I just sit here all day because I don't have a cell phone and take pictures and post them on Instagram. I don't care. It doesn't matter. So, yep. Wonderful. So I'm doing great. The more I learn, the better I feel of knowing that this is not going to be my life forever. And then it doesn't matter what other people think or what your opinions are or blah, blah, blah. I don't care. This is called YouTube. It's about me, not you. YouTube. Not you, but you as in me. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. So, yeah, that's a big problem with that. And you know what? It used to bother me that no one had faith in me and that, like, they didn't see me for who and what I really was. Like, here I am giving out all this stuff and, like, just being myself, but still being judged harshly and treated like shit just because, oh, you're such a pathetic person. You're so sad. You're so depressed all the time. That's all you can fucking focus on. Yeah, so I already started to write exactly what happened with me in my childhood, and it's because it's happened, and it takes me. Um, I'm even getting I can't even speak, so I have a very hard time talking about that. So once everybody knows that, I mean, it is known by one of their programs I've heard about, um, beings that are of a high frequency that come here are purposely destroyed and taken down. It's almost like the same, turning something that was light to the darkness. Yeah. I didn't ask for any healing options. I know that's all you guys can focus on is my healing, but you don't care about what makes me happy at all. So you're actually making me depressed and not feeling good with what you're talking about right now. I'm enjoying myself talking about something that makes me happy, and you're ruining my mood. Either celebrate with me or just go. I don't need to hear about healing. I don't need to hear about this and that. You're not a person who actually unconditionally loves me. So leave. Okay? All right. That's all people can see. That's what you choose to see, right? This is why I've never been loved. Oh, I don't want to hang out with her. She's depressed. Oh, whatever. Let's not invite her. But whenever I'm feeling bad, they won't come and eat a meal with me. They won't come and do anything with me. Won't nothing. No support, no nothing. So, yeah, it's actually a miracle that I even care as much as I do about other people and that I want better for them than this world. So, Golden Age, do you want to get blocked? You're not being respectful. I've asked you and you're still going on. You know? This is like, I knew that the internet may not be the best place for support, but unfortunately, it was the only place I had because there were absolutely zero human beings in my life. Even that woman that claimed to be my friend from my old building who just dropped me like a hot potato because um, she didn't want to be around me anymore. Like, she called and I told her I wasn't in a good mood to talk, that I will call her back when I'm feeling better. I wrote her an email to explain more. I called her when I was feeling better. She just totally cut me off. But even with her, she doesn't know how to be there for somebody, nothing like that. These are the type of people that when you're feeling like unaliving yourself, they call the police instead of coming over to help you, like to sit with you and eat a meal with you. They'll just call the police. They don't care. Like, oh, well, I tried to help you. No, you fucking didn't. I needed somebody to eat a meal with me, not call the police. So it truly is an absolute miracle. And people really don't know just how hard it's been for me. And I still have faith in you. And people, all they have to do is have negative things to say to me all the time. And I don't care. Like, if this is the reason why you're put off, that's fine. I don't care. Half of the people that subscribe to my channel told me that they cared about me and they don't show me any support at all. And then if you're a man that wants to have sex with me and I reject you, then you think you're going to hurt me by unsubscribing and pressing dislike to my posts and shit. Yeah. That's what I got. So being on the internet was an absolute nightmare for me. And it, like, I don't want to, but I have nobody else. I have no one else to talk to. And I mean, I could just sit around and talk to myself, which is less damaging, because then people can't put their nosy ass opinions about your life in there. Like, there's so many people that just think that I sit in my house all the time because I record from here and I do lives from here like this, and that I don't do anything, and that I, just, go outside, get exercise, eat, blah, 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 blah. These are bullshit things that isn't helping me at all. And it is depressing. I've been hoping to find other people that, were into the same stuff as I was, and I am. But you just can't, unfortunately, because people don't want this for themselves. If you really want it, then you'll go after it, right? And you'd be where I am, or you'd be doing something like this. So, no, not some is fault. It's fault for you. You're not paying attention, Golden, now. You're not paying attention. It's only faults for you. If you want to go and believe in aliens that are from Andromeda, that is your business. But you can't tell me I'm wrong. You've never met a fucking alien from Andromeda or anywhere else. Stop being a fool. You've never met one. You've never seen one. You've never shaken hands with one. So what are you even talking about? The reason why I'm wounded because I was surrounded by asshole fucking humans my whole life. Ever since I was young. Asshole people. Selfish, ignorant, fucking assholes. That's why. So. Hey, Fourth Wall Observer. Okay, Golden Age, now you're going to be blocked forever and never allowed to speak here again. Since you want to get salty. No, I don't know who Farsight is, and I don't care. It is all about money. It is. Everybody just wants to make money. Now, guess what? Hide user on this channel. Gone. And you'll never be able to comment or say anything or be part of the lives or anything ever again. It doesn't bother me that you're going to unsubscribe, dear. It bothers me that you're an asshole that couldn't respect my wishes. Goodbye. Meow. Marvin says goodbye too. Goodbye. You can go talk to your aliens in Andromeda, but don't come around here pissing me off today. Oh no, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving, Jay Taylor. I just said goodbye to somebody else who wouldn't shut the fuck up. Yeah. I don't care. Like, I still made it this far. If you think my vibration's bad or blah, 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 I still made it this far. I still am where I am. That craft was above my house. I don't care if you fucking believe me or not. I don't give a shit because this is for me. It's about me. It's not selfish. This is my life. This is a channel about me and my life and what's happening here. So, yeah, no, I was just saying goodbye to that person because I blocked them and they'll never be able to say anything ever again because they won't shut the fuck up. Who cares if I don't know who Farsight is? I don't give a shit. I have second sight. That's all that matters. I don't give a flying fuck who these remote viewers are. I don't care. They better mind their fucking business and stay out of my goddamn business. And don't you dare ever be fucking spying on me. I would never do that to somebody else. That's why I don't fucking believe in it. Duh. I'm not saying that it's not real, but it's not for me. And I don't care. I don't care if people think that I'm always in a bad mood. I was in a great mood. until Elena Danaan came on with her ether bullshit, now with her another AI creation. Copying me again. And it's not paranoid and it's not fake. No. She's doing it on purpose. Oh, my aliens say this is how it works. Yeah, okay. They're not aliens. So I'm really enjoying like my research part. The video that I'm working on right now, like I said, I'm going to go through some of this in a shorter period of time where I show the diagrams and have video examples, like people explaining it better than I can. Yeah. Because I can understand it to a degree, but I don't know like the proper scientific terms and such. I couldn't give a presentation on or anything like Amy Eskridge could have, or Dr. Ning Lee. But I can do this for them because they were not assisted by fucking aliens. They were just really beautiful, smart, wonderful women that wanted to make the world a better place like me. I want the world to be a better place too, for all of us. And if it can't be that, then I'm sorry, but I will leave. Yeah. I will 100% leave. If given the opportunity to do so, I would join this breakaway civilization and never, ever, 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 ever come back here. Ever. And I would never speak to anybody ever again. Yeah. That's the truth. Never again. My experience has been so bad here. People are so cruel to me all the fucking time. Dismissive, thinking me as nothing, treating me like a piece of garbage. So why would I ever want to come back? I'm desperately trying to figure out a way to leave. So, and I feel like it'd be such a shame to leave this vessel without it ever getting any kind of real love and affection in this life. And I've been trying to make happy memories again, you know. So it's okay, because most people just want to be a pain in my ass. They don't actually want to help or do anything to actually help. Like, are you here to eat a meal with me? No? Then shut the fuck up about me being sad. Shut the fuck up. Go eat dinner with your family and shut the fuck up. Yeah. And I don't care. People think I'm a negative being, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. You don't know shit. You're being bamboozled by fae spirits who are probably most likely going to make you think, oh yeah, we're going to get married. You're going to be my lover. And then I'm going to eat your fucking liver or take your fucking soul or something. People have no idea. You think it's going to be good? It never turns out that way. Never. Never. Not for anybody. They probably thought they were going to go to Aldebaran, and they went over the ice wall and realized these fucks were still only a few 100,000 miles away. Great. Ma'am, your outfit here. Your outfit reminds me of African safari. It looks awesome. You need a hat. Get a hat. Yeah. You're welcome. No, it just means to think for yourself. That's what Scott means. It's not meaning anything else. The hive mentality, the hive mind, where everybody thinks the same, or when you're told something over and over again, and so you believe that it's true. Oh, it's aliens, it's aliens, it's aliens. No, it's not. People just want it to be aliens. It's okay, though. You can be in denial. It's all right. If that's what you want, it's fine. So that's why most of these people, like, what's his name, talk about the breakaway civilizations. There's that. But the rest of it is just a moneymaker. And they've been doing this since, like, the 1950s because of that fact. They knew. Even back then, and that they realized that aliens can make money because people are ignorant and they don't realize so much. I mean, they're washing the cars outside. But yeah. Yeah, there's lots of people, and you should have, Scott. You should have built it. I mean, it doesn't take, you wouldn't need, depending on where you want to go, right? You don't need to worry about going to outer space because, well, you're not going. You wouldn't make it through the electromagnetic field with something like that anyway. If you were listening to what I just said, they only have these certain capabilities, and interdimensionally, like I said, aliens could be on Jupiter, but in another dimension. So they're not actually aliens. And Jupiter may not be what we think it is. So, munching on blueberries, are you? I had strawberries yesterday. Remember when Salem bit me on the thumb, my last live stream? Well, my thumb swelled up. It did. But it didn't get an infection, and by the next day, it was better. So I should have cleaned it right away after he bit me, and I didn't. I washed it off, but then I should have used soap, and I didn't. But yeah, my thumb was fine, though. But he bit me, and it swelled up quite fat. And then by the next day, it was better. So, yeah, cat bites can be infectious, very infectious, and you get blood poisoning from it because they have so much bacteria in their mouths. But he bit me because I was trying, he didn't mean bite me. He was chomping on this bag of salad, and I didn't want him to chew my salad bag because then he opened it anyway. But when I tried to get it away from him, he was chomping and my thumb got in the way, and that's how he bit me. So, yeah. It's just a real shame, that, like I said, when I got all those subscribers, I was naively hoping that I would find more support for my content. And unfortunately, it's just not there, like I was saying earlier with the algorithm burying things, it really does. You won't see these things, especially based upon your search history for other videos. You really have to get the algorithm going to show you what you'd like to see. And so the more and more that I researched anti-gravity and gravity modification, different words will pick up different information. Well, thanks, Firefly. Yeah, I'm on the right path for me. It may not be what everybody else's path will be like, and that's the problem. They have an expectation of what perfection should look like, or what a higher dimensional should look like, or whatever, or a spiritual person should look like. And that's another thing. We've also been given this fake version of spirituality that it's always perfect and happy and perky and all of this. And this isn't true. Unfortunately, like I said, with people, they're more likely to listen to someone and give credit to them if they have doctor in front of their name. Or I was watching an interview that had to do about the land between the lakes. It is a place of high strangeness and where Dogman has been seen. So these different types of dimensionals. And within the first 5 minutes, and this guy looks white as me, mentions that he is not even half Native American. But because he's Native American, everybody in the comments, oh, a Native American. Just because you're Native American doesn't mean shit. Okay? It doesn't matter where you're from, what your bloodline is. If the royals actually had holy royal blood, don't you think they'd act like it? No, they're disgusting. Being king and queen has nothing to do with your bloodline, your history, or anything like that. None of it. So that is a big problem, and it has been like that for a long time. Even the woman in my town was claiming, again, indigenousism, and she's a spiritual leader, when she's an absolute piece of shit, fake fraud that spread a rumor that I'm a reptilian in town. So I can't be part of the spiritual community here in my town because of her. Yeah. The mighty indigenous leader. Okay? So I don't care who and what you claim to be. There's people over in Asia pretending to be monks trying to scam money off of people. So I don't give a fuck what you pretend to be. It doesn't matter. If you need something like that to back you up, you ain't nothing. Ain't nothing. Oh, I'm an indigenous. I'm a fucking shaman. I'm a blah, blah, blah. I'm a goddamn druid. Oh, there's been 5 mediums in my generations. Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut up. So sick of it. And they've just fucked it. This is why people are so messed up and confused. Oh, yeah, you're going to get your liver eaten. I've got an extraterrestrial boyfriend. No, you're going to get your liver eaten. You're going to get your liver eaten. Yeah. The Fae legends, they will glamour you, they will romance you, and then when they've got you and you've eaten the food at their little picnic, they kill you. I've read all about that about the Fae, and it's dishonesty and the deception that is extremely worrying. If they actually cared about us, they'd just tell us the truth. The fact that they have to pretend to be these superior beings and aliens, la 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 la, pretending like, oh, we have this technology. No, you don't. We've already had that technology. It's just not right, no matter which way you look at it. So whoever these beings are, whether they're human or interdimensional, they're untrustworthy. When you have people doing this, no, hun, Jay Taylor, they will eat your liver. The liver has the most nutrients of the body. A lot of beings will eat the liver, and there's a reason for that. It's because it has the most nutrition. Now, these beings have to eat when they come in our dimension because they're now physical. So they have to support their physical vessel. What they're going to do is do what suffices the most for their bodily requirements. I was just earlier, there's a story going around, and at first it was a Japanese man in the mountains. Now it's a white man in the mountains. So, but the first time I heard it, it was a Japanese man in Japan who was living in the mountains where a UFO landed, and a being got out and presented him with a silver pitcher and assumed like that he was suggesting that he wanted water from this man's well. And the man pumped water for them, and they happened to be making pancakes. This is a very common alien UFO type of story. Making pancakes. And again, gave the man a couple of pancakes, and he ate one of them to be polite, and he saved the rest for scientific evidence. But then there's another story, whether it's been changed, just like how they were talking about Skinwalker Ranch on, it was that a page, I think it was on Facebook, a link that I had clicked that brought me to this page that was about the Skinwalker Ranch TV show. And they're saying that it was a llama that the black dog had attacked. It was a cattle ranch farm. It was always a cattle ranch farm. There were no llamas. And yeah, so we have stuff like this, people taking the story and, you know, changing some details to make it, you know, more relatable, or, you know, like, because it's for in North America, you're North American, so you want to make it like a North American story or something, like you got it from the Department of Defense, but that isn't true, because I heard that story years ago, and it was a Japanese man, 100%. He was Japanese, and he lived in Japan. So there's just so much nonsense, so much bullshit, people just peddling bullshit on purpose for $1, and it's a huge problem. I mean, like I said, if you really cared about humanity, you would just explain it to them, not do a play on words, and not do this, and not say that the aliens told you or whatever. Why does it take them? Well, because they're not from this realm anymore. Why does it take them so much energy to manifest in this realm? Well, because they're not from here anymore. They're not made of the same components anymore. And a lot of it has to do with that they don't want to. Manifesting here is dangerous. They can die in their physical bodies. So they're not going to manifest here to protect themselves. A lot of the times they probably don't want people to find out that they're not aliens. Calling them aliens gives them a superiority because we think that there's something else other than us. This may be a way of self-protection, you know? But it can go either way, right? Like these foreigners or whatever. Yeah, I know. But back in the day, they used to eat the liver. That was one thing. Now, you're right. It would probably be full of toxins and bad stuff now, which is true, which is why they eat the livers of children. That's why they take kids. That's why kids have a huge component to this, because kids are pure and healthy without toxins, medications, cigarette smoke, and alcohol. That's why kids are on the menu for a lot of these beings. That's why you have missing children. Yeah, that's why children go missing in the woods. These fairy tales aren't nothing. Even the Frog Prince is about an interdimensional being that makes a contract with a woman to marry her. The Frog and the Prince fairy tale, it was an animal that turns into a human. That's an interdimensional. That would be technically an alien. And it helps her, and then it requires something from her, marriage. And he turns into a prince. But he's not really. It's shape-shifting. So you have these stories all throughout history. Yeah, like the Pied Piper. Remember I put that video from Sailor Moon. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that's the kids part. Because kids are pure. And so the Fae, if they're not going to eat our livers, well, they'll eat the ones of the pure children. Does it make sense to you now? More and more? These things have been told to us for ages. It's not just to keep little girls from being sexually assaulted and kidnapped in the woods. Yeah. Well, this is the thing about the ones with the pancakes. When the beings were cooking, it's because they were in our material realm and they had to eat to sustain themselves. Those little protein pancakes that they made that tasted like cardboard, because usually like things that are healthy don't taste very good. That's what would sustain them, and that would be enough for what they needed for the time that they were going to be in our realm. I talked about this with the spirit and matter because, again, this does have a component of consciousness to it. They went through a cycle like we're going through right now, where people's consciousness and their energies and their DNA or whatever, all changed and ascended, right? So they went through these cycles as well. I don't know what the movie Special Children is, Scott. But you see this a lot, but that is the reason, again, why they use kids for a lot of stuff. Yeah. But the Fae have been known for this. And you have to remember, the beings of creation before us are very upset that we replaced them. And they look down on us, like that we don't have the skills and abilities that they do. It's the same throughout other religious texts, all kinds of stories, it's always the same. They're upset. We replace them. Just like the jinn in Islam. Exactly the same story. It repeats, right? Yes. And so they would come back to trick us and tell us that we're aliens and all this stuff. I read this stuff in my videos previously about the Fae. They use glamour, so they can look inside you and see what you'll feel is most attractive and become that. Like I was saying before in my videos, I know I made a joke about this, but don't be that idiot that's walking through the woods, male or female, I don't care what you are, and you see some attractive person of whatever sex you're attracted to, and they're like, come here, I got something to show you. Oh, I've been waiting for you for so long. I made you this picnic. Oh, I just love you. Please come here. Yeah, that's a fucking trap. That's a trap. Those things don't happen. That's the same things the mermaids used to do to lure the men into the water. Exactly the same shit. We're dealing with the same things. Oh, we're aliens. We've come here to help you. I'm a fucking Palladian. If it's too good to be true, it is. If it sounds too good to be true, it is. Yes, it's unfortunate, but it's true. It may not all be bad, but you have to find out like what's going to work for you. Yes, exactly, Jay Taylor. The less people are aware of their intrinsic connections, the less they can be noticed or utilized. Yes. Yes. So like I was saying, they overcomplicate it. You wouldn't think that a levitation UFO would be that. Liquid mercury. And where did my lodestones go? I don't know. Wherever my lodestones went. Because I don't know where. I was just playing with them, wasn't I? Where'd I put them? Oh, there they are. And these lodestones, which are in high commodity. See? Lodestone. Natural magnet. And you could find these in the ground. And so they'd have magnets and the liquid mercury, even back in ancient Egypt. Yeah. They had this stuff. This is probably what they would have used for their flying machines and stuff too. You know? Like even with their, what are those airships? Airships and whatnot. We would have had incredible technology. There used to be like, there was supposed to be like these Tesla coil stations, these little airships could connect to and like, I don't know, like I guess maybe recharge themselves or something. I don't know. But there was a lot of really, really cool ether tech back in the day. They used it for almost everything. From lighting, power, tools, medical tools, all kinds of stuff. You should see some of the things. I mean, I did not know that Nikola Tesla's experiment was so fucking noisy, though. It's really noisy. When that energy arc goes, holy crap, is it ever loud. You need some headphones, like, or ear protectors for that shit, because it is noisy as hell. Yeah, I love these. You can actually get a whole necklace of them. I have magnetic jewelry. Hang on. I have this. I think my necklace is away. But see? Boop. This is a little bracelet. It's a little magnetic bracelet. I wear it sometimes. But it's like delicate on a string, so I don't wear it too much because I don't want it to break, but that's a lodestone bracelet. See? And I also have one. Yeah. So this is lodestone. This is natural magnets. Natural magnet that the ancient peoples would have been able to find. And it's very strong. Like I just let it drop and it catches it. See? It's very strong. So the lodestones and the liquid mercury in the cinnabar. And that's easily, oh, sorry, I have to put them down because they're noisy. It's easily accessible. And, you know, it said that mercury could create all of those other metals that they would need. You know, just melt it down, put it in plates, and make a saucer shape or whatever shape they wanted to make. The Glock, the DIE Glock, the Nazi bell, it was called. That was small, and it was in the shape of a bell. The Vimanas were small, too. And they also use those. You can see in India, they still have these lingams. Some of them have faces on them. And they're this reddish color. And that's because they're made out of cinnabar with the mercuric sulfate in there. In that form, it's not toxic. You know, you can make stuff out of it or whatever. It's only when you gotta heat it, and then the vapors of the mercury, that's how they get it out of there. It's a refinement process, you know. But they were smart. A lot of people think they were like cavemen stupid, but they were smart. And a lot of people don't realize, like, I don't know how long it functioned for, or what happened, but the pyramids of Giza were a power plant. And there's a lot of them, though. It wasn't just those ones. There was many of them, many of them. So not only was it symbolic of the inner and micro and macro aspects of nature, but they were also electromagnetic power plants, which you can see on the inside where certain areas and certain tunnels are melted. And this is not from water erosion or anything like that. It was melted in this way. Like the ground looks like it had melted and then hardened again because of the heat that it would have produced. Well, in the later days of Egypt, they definitely had classism and all of this. This is why they were fucking their brothers and sisters, and brothers and sister would be king and queen in Egypt. It wasn't like this in the antediluvian age, okay? That came way fucking later. No one was fucking their cousins and their brothers and sisters, okay? That came way later with weird bloodline shit. Yeah. So unfortunately, by that time, things had changed so much that these technologies weren't available anymore anyway. This is why the Mesoamericans, like in Mexico and South America and such, if they had these things, they hid it. And they hid it well. Even in Egypt, they tried to bury that shit. Yeah. And I think it had more to do with the fact that they knew that even the people at that time would not, it was still about war back then, even in those days. So it would have been used for war, just like it is today. Nikola Tesla's inventions, like I was talking about earlier, they don't use their weather modification or cloud seeding, put out forest fires, or help Africa grow crops or anything. No. They use it to create hurricanes, tornadoes, and terrible disasters that they can benefit and profit off of. Oh, and Nikola Tesla's inventions explains the cattle mutilations too. They can cut precision with no bleeding. They can drain the blood. You do not bleed. After you cut this, because of the laser precision of this item, they had this back in like 1934. You can cut out spaces that you want with great precision. Like they were able to cut out tumors, cysts, and all of that with this and cauterize it so you wouldn't have any bleeding. Yeah, with Nikola Tesla's medical tools. A lot of it's in the video, the one right after. Oh no, that's only a clip of it. You'll have to watch the entire episode of that pilot show. It didn't go anywhere. One of the girls who was producing it or working on it was actually murdered. Yep. And the show didn't go anywhere. But it was actually, it's called Somewhere Out There. There's a pilot episode. It's the clip that I used showing about Nikola Tesla's interdimensional crafts and different things like this. And actually the tools and the medical tools, which they were probably experimenting on cattle and different things like this, that they were working on them and they dropped them. So if you see like a goat on top of a power line that's dead and like lying there and has been experimented on, that's the government. That's the Germans and these people like that doing the experimentations with their tools and such. It could be various agendas. Like it's never just one thing. They always incorporate multiple things, right? And they try to throw people off the trail on purpose. So There is the Fae, and they will blight cattle. The Fae love milk, but also the Fae are also known to be blood drinkers, some of them. There's different kinds. They used to be known as more vampiric than anything else. Well, that's what I was talking about, Saturn and the black cube. Now, your black cube, thank you very much, Travis. The black cube is what you're sitting in front of, whether you're watching me on your cell phone or your television screen or your laptop. This right here is your black cube. This is reality creation as we are speaking here today. So the fact that, yes, Jay Taylor says, amazing how our collective consciousness is enough to seriously manipulate the physical plane. Yes. And this is what they've been doing. But I can guarantee you it's only for their favor. Everything has only been in the ruling class's favor. So if you're doing stuff that supports the ruling class and helps them with their agenda, you're going to get popular and famous like that. They will raise you up to support their agenda. 100%. Yeah. They don't do anything that's good for us. If they did, they would have already started to. They did not. Cloud seeding was used back in the Vietnam War. They made the clouds rain really fucking hard by putting chemicals inside of planes and flying through the clouds with it. Why don't they put out forest fires? So I can fucking breathe. And this is what I was thinking about this past week. Because they don't want to do anything that doesn't help them. Like I was saying, that helps the economy. They pay the firefighters, they pay the cleanup crews, they pay all of that. Money, 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 money. Disasters mean money. So not only they'll use their weather machines to create terrible hurricanes, terrible tornadoes, earthquakes, because that makes money. They've had cures for things for a long time. Suffering brings money. That's all that matters. K-pop stars. Well, that's just part of the distraction, sit on your ass, watch TV, and give your energy away agenda. They want people to just remain followers, sit on your ass, eat chips, buy our albums, and give away your energy with masturbation. That's it. It's only entertainment. That's it. They seem to be singing about unaliving their parents. What are you talking about? Who? It's a greater investment in, yeah. Well, people are just, anything that's new, is going to be appealing. They've always had this. Even when I was 10 years old listening to the Backstreet Boys, which I should not have been, I did not realize how sexual that music was. Basically asking for blowjobs through music. At 10 years old, I was listening to this. Oh, of course I have. I've heard of Pink Venom. I know Blackpink. Like, what about Pink Venom? What do you mean about it, though? Straight to you. Oh, that's the toxic divine feminine. Yeah. Yeah. Straight to you. Yeah. The Pink Venom is toxic divine femininity. It's a crazy song about unaliving people. No, it's not. Pink Venom is not about a crazy song about unaliving anybody. You mean because they do this? That's a Freemason symbol. That's common within the entertainment industry. Yeah, and they're talking about the culling, how they're going to take everybody out, normally in music. But why do they do the machine gun noise? Like, bra-da-da-da? Oh, that's just... It's a song about being badass, but it's not Oh, the finger guns hit you with that do do do. Yeah, well, they're industry plants, and a lot of music is designed that way. It's a mind control thing almost, and these symbols are triggers to the mind. So that's usually what it is. A lot of people don't realize that. Whoops. A lot of people don't realize that's what's going on. But yeah, a lot of that symbolism is in there on purpose. Well, straight to you, straight to you. You got to realize where this music is coming from, though. This is from the unseen realm. A lot of music, that's why I say Lucifer is the king of music or whatever. Yeah, that's the reason. Well, I mean, I guess if you want to call it MK Ultra, television is for a reason. Television, tell lies, vision, tell lies to the eyes. Yeah. Yeah. So, just let me eat my junk food and watch Ow My Balls. Yeah, seriously, Scott, it is like that today. For real. It is. It's a documentary, that movie. If you've never seen Idiocracy, Idiocracy is a documentary. It's not a movie. It's a very sad and scary documentary. Tunnel vision. Everything has to do with the Masons. See, they designed this. They knew about reality creation and stuff like this, and they got a hold of certain information, decided to turn reality into what it is today. So it is possible. Like, I kind of get what they're doing with saying it's aliens and this and that, blah, 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 with this fucking agenda that they've put on. But unfortunately, I know all too well about what happens when you try to do things deceptively. It just doesn't work out. Even for the people that think it's going to work out well for them, it does not work out well for you. So once you learn that lesson enough, you don't forget it. Because I've often thought things were going to be, so great. And I learned if it's too good to be true, yeah, it may not all be great for me. Like, it's probably still going to be hard to know that, I was basically rejected and unwanted from my own people so badly that I left, So that's probably always going to be something that I'll remember. But, well, I guess suggestive, but it is deceptive because they use deceptive play on word, tricky language. And a lot of the loophole that they use is the power of assumption. So if you assume something, they're off the hook for that. Just like, at one point when I assumed the being that I met was an alien, and it wasn't. I assumed it was, though. And so you can't blame anybody for that because that was my mistake. No one told me that this was an alien. Nothing. It didn't tell me it was an alien. And even when I got it to tell me what it was in Asura, well, but yeah. So, and music is made on purpose to have you feel emotions. A lot of the times, this is why music, especially today, is about nothing but fucking. Nothing but fucking. Or trying to get fucked. Or fucking somebody else. Yeah. And the reason why is because our sexual energy is connected to our life force. So that's why they like that. And it's kind of like, like a system. One group of beings benefit off our suffering in another way because of the energy consumption or the sexuality, whatever flavor they like. Yeah, it is. All music's just about fucking. Or trying to get fucked or fucking somebody. Yeah, or beating somebody up. It's disgusting. What if it is meant to be seen to be about fucking, but actually it's a parable about something else? No, it's about fucking. That's why all the music videos, you got naked women with their tits out, bikinis and all that. It's totally sexual. You'd hope that there was a deeper meaning, but yeah, just a vehicle of control for the imperialists. Yeah. No, it is. Unfortunately, the world is ruled by evil. This is an evil world. This is a world ruled by evil, fucking selfish, disgusting degenerates, man. With a serious sense of superiority. I personally think that they were all just born fucking ugly and they're mad about it. Yeah. They're mad about it. Like Revenge of the fucking Nerds. Look how goddamn ugly Klaus Schwab is and then tell me he ain't mad about it. Well, I mean, Scott, I know. I don't mean you. Like, of course, like, I would miss talking with you and stuff like that. You know that. But I'm going to go fucking crazy here. And I know, because if you really mean, and I know you do, like, you care about me as a friend, that you'd let me go. Because I'd be happy, right? But a lot of these people won't. They don't want me to be happy. A lot of the mentality is, if I can't have it, neither can you. And they'll do whatever they can to prevent you from succeeding because it is not them. Yep. I'm not going to press like on her content because that isn't me. That bullshit. I'm not fucking kidding. That's why it said, that quote, that Jesus said, I am in the world, but not of it. True that. Me neither. Oh, I don't want a baby, fourth wall. This world is too fucked up. There's a lot of children that need parents, okay? And I personally, like, I'm not healthy enough to raise a baby, fourth wall, and I wouldn't want to put my child through any trauma because of my illness, hun. So I'm not that upset about not having kids. People need to realize that I made a responsible decision for myself, and I don't regret that. If I had a lot of money and I was married, I would adopt some kids to give them a better life. But I'm not upset that I don't have kids, and it wouldn't make me happier to have a baby, no. I think it would make me worse, and I'd be worse off because I'd worry that my child was going to grow up in a world like this. Yeah? I wouldn't want to do that to them. I don't think I'd want to condemn another soul to the state of the world and to grow up in a place like this. Not the way it was. Definitely not. If things change and we go back to the way it was like in the 90s, maybe. Yeah. And that's exactly what my own parents did. Thank you, Jay Taylor. Jay Taylor says, using another human life as a crutch for happiness is a losing game, which my parents found out very hard. They thought that by getting a child, it would be like getting a Lamborghini. That I've got a child. But you have to know that my mother, my adopted mother, stopped being a mother by the time I was, for absolutely positively sure, could have been before this, but by 7 years old. 7 years, that's all she had in her. I've taken care of animals longer than she took care of me. Mr. Sweet Cheeks was 15 years old. Okay? I got after that. No breakfast, no lunch, no dinner. That woman did not pick up a dishcloth. She did not vacuum. She did not do nothing. And I had to take care of our animals. You guys don't know how I suffered there. I got hit in the emotional center because I remember how they used to make me lock my animals into the fucking basement. And I would be at school all day worried about them. If I wasn't locked in the basement with them, they were there alone. I had no food. Every day I couldn't focus in school. I had to bum food from people. And they would call me a loser and a bum because I was hungry. There was no school lunch program. There was no nothing. I starved. Thanks, Jay. It's so much worse though. Like, they would threaten to kill my animals all the fucking time. My best friends, the only people that I loved. They'd lock me in a cage. They beat one of my animals to death in front of me. So no, I don't like to remember and I don't like to talk about it. I survived so much and I thought that after I got out of there, life would improve, and it did not. I met so much harshness in this life. I thought those were the greatest monsters I've ever faced, and I was very wrong. Then I found real monsters, real ones, that I can't even punch in the face because they're interdimensional and they can dis-the-fucking-peer. I went through 17 years of that until someone believed me and helped me escape. My neighbors, actually. Yeah. So I always thought that it was extremely cruel of them to fly over my building in their UFO, knowing the life that I had and how lonely I was, and how much I wished and yearned for friends and family, and they just kind of like dangled themselves over my building and just never came back. Torturous. So, if Amy Eskridge did take herself out, took herself out because she was so lonely and alone in the world. I don't blame her for drinking. She smoked the bong too, like me. Now she's gone. And I would have loved to have a friend like her. It's okay. Don't argue with each other. It's okay. You know, I just need to. I don't have any weed actually. Like, I'm not high right now. Uh, I'm okay though. No, I wouldn't want to pollute the ocean, Scott. The ocean doesn't need that kind of energy. So yeah, I think that they knew that I needed this, that I needed to understand because it was killing me. And now I do. I was so alone, that's so hurtful. Like you can't even have an alien contact friend. No one would even talk to me, and that I couldn't understand why. Like why are you telling all these other people, but you won't help me? And it's because I had to learn on my own. That's what good people do, so that you can truly be like not just have fake abs, but have real abs. You see, because you worked for them, not because you went and got plastic surgery. Hang on, because I got emotional and I almost had a little bit of a cry. Um, I'm just gonna go get some tissue, okay? I plumbed houses in Huntsville. Yeah, Huntsville, Alabama. Who the fuck thought of that place? Nobody. Everyone was too focused on Area 51. But Area 51 is really Huntsville, Alabama. Ouch, shit. I stepped on my braid. Ooh. Oh my god. I just got the worst chills where like my teeth chattered together so fucking hard. Oh, and it's not even cold out. This happens when I get stressed out and upset. Holy Jesus. Ooh. Oh, the chills, like you wouldn't believe. Oh. Listen, there's just some things that you don't forget, no matter how hard I try to, okay? No matter how hard I tried to heal from it. Listen, this bitch, Demon Debbie, all I can say to you, though, is that I'm so glad that I'm not of her blood. It's not happening anymore. Oh, fuck. Mm-mm. This is why I got so upset about med beds, because I really fucking needed it. Even just 10% of this, even just 10%, like, yeah. Anyway, maybe I should go, because I definitely am experiencing some flashbacks that I'm not enjoying. And well, that sucks. But yeah, I know there's a lot of people that only see this and they have no faith in me, and it's a shame, because I needed it. I needed people. So I'm sorry that I get upset. I've had a rough go, and I feel like frustrated, you know, that I've worked so hard even to get to where I am, and no matter how honest I was and genuine and real, and it doesn't seem to go very far, eh? Yeah, I got the chills real bad. But, I do hope that they come back. I do. I still hope to this day, so that I can leave and have a better life somewhere else, you know? Because I just do not feel that it's ever going to happen with humans here, you know? I'm just, yeah. Anyway. Well, it's not so much about happy thoughts, Scott. I know people will. You're just lucky you haven't experienced this, all of you. Yeah. So, even though all of that, I am still intelligent and bright and a beautiful soul, despite all that, even though people disregard those parts and keep focusing on this, which is something that I really can't help. So it feels almost cruel, like cruelty, you know? Yeah, it makes it worse. And then people are just like, oh, I'll go listen to somebody who's preaching love and light, you know? And bullshit. So it's certainly not easy, but at least, hey, Marge, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. Well, sure, you can pray for me. I do. I was in a pretty bad way the other day, actually. I had it came on out of nowhere. Not like this. Something different and oppressive. I talked about this before where, oh, hang on, I just have to get a blanket or something. It's cold, Marv. Got my Sailor Moon blanket. um, yeah, I was having a really bad way the other day, and it came on oppressively. I felt it once when I was sitting on the couch years ago. My ex-boyfriend Chris was over, and I just finished cooking dinner, and I was tired from standing in the kitchen cooking. And so I just asked Chris if he would go and put our food on the plates. And that's what he was doing. And I was sitting there watching the movie we had on. And I remember that I was kind of sad because Chris and I didn't have much in common. And the movies that he liked were torturous to me. Like Adam Sandler's bullshit, like with grown-ups and shit. And I fucking hate that. And I remember because, like, you know, you have to be fair in a relationship. And so be like, well, you put on a movie that you want to watch, you know, like you can choose. And of course, he chooses garbage like this. So, you know, I tried, but I got sad. And when I was sitting there was an oppressive force. Like, I even said to him afterwards that it felt like something tried to sit on me. Like something bigger than me tried to literally sit on me and squish me into the couch. And it was like this energy, like it was first a cloud over above me, and then it just came over me, and I even felt pushed into the couch. It's kind of like that. Overwhelming, powerful, and oppressive. Yeah. So, I don't know. And it hit me so viciously. And it only lasted for a day, though. I corrected it by praying. That's what it reminded me of. Yeah, prayer. Yeah. And not any formality of prayer, just the way that I pray, you know, between me and my divine creator. Yeah. Yeah. So there's a lot of people that also think, you know, it's because I don't know Jesus or blah 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 blah. You don't know shit. So again, this is why the internet can be a problem, because too many ignorant, uneducated opinions. Yeah, you're right. No one can take it from me, Scott. Like, this is something that, you know, even if they copy, even if they pretend to be me, even if they take my material and say, "Oh, the aliens are here to fucking tell us how the spaceships fly." No, that's why I got all my information out before she does her live stream tonight at 6. Fuck you, bitch. I already had it done anyway, and it's just a shame because now, like, I was planning on having these videos released, you know, about a week or so. I was going to take a break, and then, you know, even though I was working on one, I would have more time. But that's okay. Um, I did it before she goes live, so it doesn't matter now. I got it out, and just like I said, I had the Anunnaki stuff, and then she came onto my Telegram, and changed it from, oh, I speak for the Galactic Federation. Now I speak for the Anunnaki, the highest beings of them all. And so she can remain number one. Yeah. So it's okay though. They'll raise you up really high and then watch you fall. That's what always happens. They like that. These beings don't like humans, and they want to make us look like fools. A lot of them. There's different kinds though. Like, there's so many different groups. There's the breakaway civilization groups that are humans. Then we have all these other intimate interdimensional groups that they also have this technology too, from the past civilizations and ages before us, the peoples that were there. So there's a big mess of it. And probably they've taken sides on what they want to do. Some of them want the revenge on humanity, and some actually want to live in harmony, in unity with all peoples, which is what I'd like to see. I'd like us all to live together in peace and harmony, you know? All peoples. I don't know how that would ever be, though. Especially with, I definitely don't avoid my pain. I've gone through this so much. I've learned tons from my pain. And there is meaning in it, and you can do so much with it. Some of the most beautiful love songs ever written were written because of rejection and pain. So, not because it worked out, but because it didn't. Yeah. But most people avoid pain because it's uncomfortable and they don't like it. That's why they avoid harsh truths and like convenient lies. Makes them feel better about themselves. Just like how people will be like, "Oh, I'm better than her because she has depression," or whatever they tell themselves. It's the same stuff, you know? Yeah. It gives them also a false sense of superiority, like they don't have pain. Mm-hmm. And they avoid it and pretend like it's gone and healed. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. I'm looking forward to making my little video and showing Scott. Yeah, it's fun, especially looking at the different ancient sites. And now it makes sense, that they were advanced sites, that these people were more advanced than we give them credit for, and that they had tools that, like laser-like weapons. This is probably how they carved a lot of the statues and stuff that we can't even replicate today, because they used that electromagnetic mechanism that even Nikola Tesla made with his art, medical stuff. It's ether tech. Like, it's with ether tech, and a lot of it, this is where you get sound healing from, and stuff like this. But I mean, like it says in that story, you would need very, very precise, like an echo chamber or whatever. You'd need precise measurements for this stuff to work, and the played at the right frequencies. I believe the RIFE machine was a electromagnetic sound healing frequency machine. I believe so. But it is called the Rife machine. Yeah, by Royal Rife, I believe. His name was Royal. So, but I mean, if you have that, they don't even make money off people with diabetes anymore. It's all about the money. So if they had med beds, the medical system would crash and they lose all that money. They would never do that. Just like the transportation system. That's why. Or fossil fuels. They won't give that up. There's too much money in it. It's all about money for them, not about making our lives better at all. They probably have secret stuff like that underground train and all that kind of crap. And most of these UFO craft are probably our own people and these ruling class elites flying in these things, having a good time. Look, we're making them think that we're aliens. Ha ha ha, stupid peasants. You don't think they're not? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. So, but it's a whole bunch of rude awakenings, like how the mega people are getting a rude awakening with Donald Trump. How people are waking up to being like, well, if there's a galactic federation, how come they're not doing anything? This has been going on for what? Since they say what? The 1940s? And so there's been man-eating, child-touching, child-eaten monsters that are supposed to be aliens on the Earth. Oh, and so we've been invaded for how long now, and they haven't done anything? Then this bitch says, oh, it's because we're non-violent. Oh, so you mean the kind of non-violence that Thorhan did when he strangled that Grey to death? You mean that kind of non-violence? What kind of non-violence do you mean? Are you only strangling people to death? Is that why it's taking so long and you don't consider that to be an act of violence? Or what's the deal, Galactic Federation? What's the deal? If you don't believe in violence, then, well, one of your members certainly does. Strangled him to death. Didn't shoot him, didn't break his neck. No. Choked him. That takes a long time to choke something to death, and it's an emotional reaction. So the Galactic Federation says nonviolence, but one of your representatives that is feeding information to your emissary strangled a Grey to death. Oh, that must not be violent at all then. That must be okay? Strange. I know. It's not nice because people like to believe the opposite. That these aliens are actually doing something, that the Alliance is arresting people. The Alliance doesn't even exist. It's fake. It's an alliance of bullshit. It's an alliance of people who agreed all to get together and be like, yeah, tell them they're blue aliens from Andromeda. That's it. So that's what the Alliance is. Let's make up somebody called Q and tell them that there's a secret force arresting people. They made that shit up. Bunch of losers in their basements. Yeah. I mean, she was wrong to call Ishmael Perez a fucking mom's basement loser, because he's not. He's actually taken things quite far. Yeah, and I even heard him call the beings that I know, and I've only ever heard myself call them, the Outer Space Police. He called them the Outer Space Police. I watched an interview on Truth Seeker's channel. He called them the Outer Space Police. So it's not a coincidence. The guy probably found my channel and watched what I said. Yeah, the Outer Space Police. But again, I explained that in everybody's different perception and how they experience it. So there you go. They're all just playing. But you got to know this, that if you're playing make-believe, that's all you're going to have is make-believe. You didn't trust and care about your people enough to tell them the truth. Instead, you had to glamour them and fancify them with aliens and special, sexy, extraterrestrial boyfriends and girlfriends. Oh, Archelios, he's so handsome. I think he's fucking ugly. She thinks he's the best looking. He's fucking ugly. He's ugly. That man is ugly. And I would never touch him. Never. Ugh. It's fucking disgusting. Yeah. Hey, Cloudy. How's it going? Happy Monday. Thank you. Yeah, pay us X amount and we'll help you. Exactly. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. With that weather machine, I knew a fella in Brazil. We were actually online dating. I regret dumping him. Yes, I do. The distance was a problem, but I will never forget my Brazilian boyfriend, ever. I hope that makes all the other fellas from Brazil feel good about themselves. Fly, did you seriously just lay there and die like that? You were just alive 2 seconds ago. You alive? You alive? What's wrong with you? You catching that fly, Marvin? He's over here for safety, I guess. There's a fly. Oh, but yeah, the guy in Brazil. Yeah, he told me that there is like a stronghold force for some reason for these dark cabal people in Brazil. And I believe it because Vale Inco is connected to Brazil, and it's also connected to where I live. Like I was saying, there are things I just don't want to give away my location for my own safety, because there's some sick fucks out there. Unfortunately, what they don't know is they think they're going to be a predator here. No, you will become prey the moment you even step foot, a finger into this house. I'll kill you. So, I mean, I'm only worried about going to jail. I'm probably just going to say that I went insane and try to get away with it. But if you come here looking for trouble, you're going to find it. And I'm going to send you to go see Jesus. Yeah. I'll give you a one-way golden ticket. So, but that's the reason, that I want to keep my location secret for most part. Because I don't want to go to jail for killing somebody for coming to try to kill me. But he told me that they have the weather machines down there. And if you pay enough money, they will produce rain for your crops. And Brazil has a lot of crops. So yes, they have weather modification. 100%. But they don't use it to help us. They use it for weaponization. Hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, flooding. Yeah, flooding to create stress and displacement. This was part of their agenda. It said it back when you read about Agenda 21, when it was called that. Now it's Agenda 30. But it used to be called Agenda 21. And now they say that Agenda 21 is for sustainable development. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. It's not. If they really cared about climate change, they'd stop cutting down the Amazon rainforest. But they're still cutting it down right now as we speak. So, yeah. Well, that's what the Fae do, Scott. He says, sounds like the Federation is the same as the evangelist preachers back in the day. Oh, yeah, it's the same. That's what glamour is. Like they say, the devil appears in the most beautiful form you could ever imagine. Same concept. It'll appear in what you want it to be the most, to fool you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It definitely did me at first, because I thought that they were non-humans and I'd finally be able to get away from my own people, my abusive, terrible, awful, disgusting own people that have treated me like fucking shit. And unfortunately, they're not. So, and that's okay because hopefully they're different. They have a different way of being. And they're not going to see me as just a sad person and see nothing but that. And pretend to be better than me. extraterrestrial husbands that aren't real and shit to make yourself more popular. Because there's also other losers that are sitting around wishing they weren't single, but also wish they could get with an extraterrestrial. Like, you got to be unbelievably delusional to think that a being from somewhere else would want to come here and be with you. I feel sorry for you if you think that. I do. That's even worse. And that's how people get themselves into this mess. And then get your liver eaten. Yeah. Pan's Labyrinth is a really great example of what we're dealing with. Do you remember Pan's Labyrinth? Do you remember how tricky that shit was? Yeah. It's even worse in real life. Do you remember the labyrinth? Those are interdimensional beings also. It was the Goblin King. Goblins are interdimensional beings. When she goes, that little worm, if she would have gone that way, it would have taken us straight to the castle. And that's where she wanted to go. And she told him she wanted to go there. But he misled her anyway. That's what they do. That's what they do. Especially he didn't want to go to the castle, so he doesn't want her to get to the castle. That's what they do. They mislead you and misdirect you on purpose. That's what all this has been about. Deception, misleading, play on words. I watch the Area 52 channel sometimes. There's another one that I like better. Let me see if I can find him. I posted his, he's the guy who interviewed the fella about the werewolf. I watch a lot of his videos, so maybe... Okay, let me see. What lurks beneath? What lurks beneath? I like better than Area 52. Okay? So the channel is What Lurks, Lurks, beneath. He has a video 14 hours ago, hikers are vanishing. Yeah, that's what I was going to continue on the cryptid talk, because I only made the Dogman video, but then I didn't really talk about the cryptids and the interdimensional beings because I had another video planned where we were going to talk about these types of things. But most of the time in the national parks, it's these beings taking people. Yeah. A lot of the time they may just drain them of their life force, and that's why they're found lifeless and by the river or whatever, because they've absorbed their life force. They don't necessarily, they only have to eat your liver if they're staying in our dimension. Okay? Damn it. So I mentioned Skinwalker Ranch earlier anyway with the black dog. This was going to be one of my videos in the same video. But there's a story about Skinwalker Ranch. And it was a cattle ranch, and it was the first family that moved there. You'll see these blue orbs there that kill their dogs. These are also interdimensional beings. They sometimes look as blue glowing orbs. But we just read about those drones that look like ball lightning, that are glowing balls of light. You'll have that too. Again, I don't tend to, when I see the sphere, I see it as a camera, not as a weapon. But I do know that they have the ability for that. you know. But to me, it was always just a camera. So basically, an interactable, semi-intelligent camera. Because it's AI, right? So, well, they are now. Anyway, they may not have been. They may have been programmable before, like a computer or something, a program. But now they've got AI. You'll see it in that movie with Tom Cruise where he's a clone. He doesn't know he's a clone. And the aliens have taken over and they're harvesting the ocean water or something. But yeah, you'll see. And they look for humans. But Tom Cruise thinks they're looking for monsters, but they're actually human beings. Same concept. They thought those beings were aliens also. Why the fuck did I start talking about that again? The black dog. Oh, the orbs and the drones. Yeah. So with that, I was talking about before where they were saying that it was llamas. Again, the stories will change, maybe to suit the times. But what happened is this father and the son were out by one of the pastures where they kept their calves and cows, probably the female cows and the calves. And all of a sudden, this very large, black, what they thought was a dog, but it was a big fucking dog. And it didn't look like anything else they'd ever seen before. Came up to them and it seemed friendly. And it looked at them and made eye contact and everything. And it was different. They said that it seemed like domesticated. And then it went over and it just latched onto one of the calves, tried to take it as food. It didn't act aggressively or anything before that. It was basically asking them. This is the problem. They were on a space that was sacred land to these beings. If you're in a spiritual place with spiritual beings, you have to make peace with the land. If you don't, that's what happens. That's why they have all this horrible paranormal activity, because you pissed them off. This is what I'm saying. You don't need to be indigenous to make peace with the land and be a spiritual individual and be connected to nature. I've always known this. Even when I first heard the story, I thought, oh, you should have given it a cow as a sacrifice for the land, the beings of the land. If you don't know the story, after it grabs onto the cow, the farmer, the rancher, shoots it several times. It doesn't flinch. It doesn't let go. It doesn't make a yelp. Nothing. And it doesn't bleed. Then he tells his son, go get another gun, probably a shotgun or something. And then the dog lets go, runs off, and it fucking disappeared. It disappeared. It went back into its dimension. They only need to eat when they're here. They may enjoy eating. It may be something that they have joy from. A lot of the times you will see them bring a carcass into their dimension and then spit it back out. Yeah. And I mean, it's clean right off the bone, like piranhas got to it. Yes. Maybe the head will be left sometimes and the legs, but that's it. Nothing else. And they'll usually eat the eyes and the tongue as well of it. Yeah. But that was what it was. You have to make peace with the land. And they didn't. We used to, it's not like, would I want to sacrifice one of my cats? No, absolutely not. Like, this is not how it is. But if I was a rancher and I used the cattle ranch for ranching and you were working the land and you're using the land, Well, I would definitely make sure that at least certain times of the year I gave sacrifice to the land and let the beings have a cow. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. I'd make sure that they knew that it was somewhere that they could have it, and I'd leave it for them. Yeah. And that's what's not happening. And that's why they've never, and I don't think they ever will be able to settle that. You will always be at war on Skinwalker Ranch. You guys pissed them off, and they don't take that easily. It's so highly disrespectful, that they don't forgive very easily. You'd have to have someone come in that's new, maybe somebody like me, to mediate things, but I don't even know if they'd listen at all. And then the area will change in a negative fashion. So even if it was at one time a good energy, with these incidences, it can switch to a negative energy, which will allow more negative things to come through those portals. Yeah. So they needed to have made peace with the land, but even if they tried to, by the time they tried it, it was probably too late. It was probably too late. Back in the day, even if you were an actual Indigenous person, no matter where you were, Canada, Australia, the United States, wherever, everybody at one time was an Indigenous native type of person living off the land and living in the woods and living with nature and all that, right? We were all like that at one time. So when that times, if they saw that, a giant black dog, they'd think it was a god. Yeah, a god of wolves or whatever, like Fenrir or whatever, and they would have made sacrifice to it. Yes, absolutely. It came over and asked them permission, literally. I remember the story and I'm thinking, like, holy fuck, it's asking them. They may not be able to understand it clear enough, but it was asking them, and then it walked over and took a cow. That's incredible. And it's the spirit realm. And I've dealt with the spirit realm my whole life. Aliens, I don't know. But the spirit realm, I do. And I was even back then when I had no idea the things that I do today. Because when you start getting into this, Skinwalker Ranch is one of the subjects that you will run into. It's very popular. Why do they put junk in your food? Oh, yeah. Well, it's to make you sick, and sickness makes money. That chemical makes your crazy mental, with the sugar and everything. Yeah. They mess you up on purpose. They don't want, they only want people that are good enough to go to work and go home and slave away for them. They don't need you any more than that. They didn't even need Ning Li for any more than what they got out of her, and then they hit her with a fucking car. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. All she had to do was insinuate, oh, well, I'll take my work elsewhere. No, you fucking won't. Boom. Yeah. All she had to do was insinuate it. Guaranteed. They probably hit her with that car. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. Was it a hit and run? Why was nobody charged with hitting her? Why is there no information about that at all? Like, someone just hit her on the university campus and drove away? Why didn't they say it was a hit and run? Who the fuck hit her? Makes no sense. Who the fuck was going that fast on a university campus to make her go flying through the fucking air and give her husband a heart attack? And no one caught them? There's not even a security camera? She's on a university campus. Even when I was working, we drove through a college campus. And you have to go slow, and there's fucking speed bumps everywhere. So I don't get that. It's always like too late and I can't do anything for them. Like, I would have loved to have a friend like Amy. And I would have stayed every day with her if she would have let me, just to make sure nothing bad happened to her. Or that she would do anything to herself. I would have stayed every day if she needed me. No one saw the car to call out to Dr. Lee, "Look out, Dr. Lee, watch out, there's a car." No one saw it? Nobody? There wasn't a single witness? And if it was known that she was struggling with depression, why was Amy alone? Why was Amy alone? Why didn't she have any friends around to come and be with her? If she was unwell and people knew that she was unwell or having any mental stresses or anything like that, why the fuck did everyone leave her by herself? Why was she alone? Where the fuck was her family? Maybe it's the same reason I'm alone. Maybe because nobody gave a fuck. Or they didn't take her seriously. Are you talking to me? Is this okay? T1. First of all, are you talking to me? Either way, it isn't real, and your small human mind can't comprehend the cosmos. You better watch who you're talking to. Even if you're not talking to me, you better watch yourself. Because don't be talking to my other subscribers like that. Smiley face. You want to fuck around? Don't be disrespectful. His small mind, you got a fucking small dick. And a small mind. Get the fuck out. You think I'm playing around today? Do I look like I'm playing around today? Small mind. Yeah. Just ignore him. Now I have to kick out another person. Are you serious? Like, do you really, you really just want to get kicked out of here and never be able to speak again? Did you not learn what happened, just a little bit ago? That person, Golden whatever it was in here for ages and got themselves kicked out. Never allowed to speak again. Why would you speak to somebody like that? No, don't tell me easy. Who the fuck do you think you are? Who the actual fuck do you think you are? Really? Hide user on this channel. Bye. You're gone. You'll never be able to speak here again, ever. No comments, no nothing. That's what happens. I don't care. You deserve it. So what? I lose a subscriber. Oh well. Oh fucking well. If you want to be a dick, you're gone. You're welcome. You're welcome. But let me read your question, okay? Is the spirit realm just a dimensional phase layer, or is it like an interdimensional neutral zone? It's an interdimensional neutral zone. Yeah. Let me read to you what I always read about it. Get that fly, Merv. I'll read to you about it. This isn't something that I wrote, though. I found a fella who really helped me understand it myself. Just hang on. The fourth dimension, which is the spiritual realm, one of them anyway. After this one, it becomes all non-physical, okay? So after the third, it's non-physical. The fourth spiritual dimension, vibrational state, is what I lightly refer to as the state of confusion. It is the mysterious plane of existence closest to ours, and it is the vibration where the human spirit realm exists. This includes our ability to increase our growing ability to raise our vibration through various methods to visit the fourth dimension in the spiritual realm, like second sight, even people channeling other souls from different places, okay? The reason I refer to it as the state of confusion is because it is in this dimension that the human spirit can be regulated following death, commonly referred to as ghosts, or transitions through between here, the third dimension, and the afterlife. It's a transitionary state. It also transitions through between here. Oh, I read that already. It is also a vibrational plane that is used by intelligence from higher dimensions to interact with us in the third dimension, where a two-way communication can take place. So a lot of the time, when you have a dream that you have seen one of your loved ones that has passed on, you were actually in the fourth spiritual dimension. This wasn't just a dream. Your spirit body, your spirit at night, travels to other places freely. And a lot of us go into our soul school places during this time where our souls are learning different things, just like school, but in a spiritual sense. So when this happens and you're meeting a loved one, this is because it is a transitional plane. So it's a fixed place. It's not something that, is just like, it doesn't change, and it doesn't change locations. It's always in the same spot. It's a fixed place. And it would be neutral. You're going to find beings of all kinds here, good, bad, and ugly. Okay? And that's because it is a transitional place. Think of it almost like a train station or a subway station or an airport, where people are going where they're going to different destinations. Well, eternal souls is somebody who has finished their reincarnation cycle on the Great Wheel. In the East, I believe it is in Buddhism, they call it the 108, because they believe that you go around the wheel 108 times to complete all the archetypes of our reality, different characters that we play that exist here in this form in order for our souls to learn. So again, you will be good, bad, and ugly. So eternal souls are the ones that finish their reincarnation cycle and that no longer have a need to reincarnate. In initiation, which has been wiped off of the internet, it says that I believe it is level 7, 6 or 7 in initiation, in which you don't need to reincarnate again. Or is it the 4th? Shit. Well, I'm not exactly an expert, but there is a certain level, like a grade, where you graduate from this soul school here, where you won't need to reincarnate again. So this is where you gain your eternity, where you won't have to take on a physical incarnation like this again to increase and ascend your consciousness spiritually, you see? Another layer are the human souls yet another layer like layer of the eternal soul before getting to the physical body? You know, you can ask all the questions you want. It's okay. Oh, okay. So, no, it's not a layer of the eternal soul. So, what's happening in this cycle of things is that we don't just reincarnate through our human levels. We've gone through different levels of existence. So it says here, I liked this, so I put it in my book. It says, I died as a mineral and became a plant. I died as a plant and I rose to animal. I died as an animal and then I was human. Why should I fear when I was less? When was I less by dying? You become more by dying. That's what it means. Yet once more I shall die human, to soar with the angels blessed above the higher dimensionals. And when I sacrifice my angel soul to become what is after that, no one knows, right? I shall become what no mind ever conceived, which is true because we don't know what comes after angel. We don't know anything higher than that. As a human, I will die once more. Reborn, I will with the angels soar. And when I let my angel body go, I shall be more than mortal mind can know. Do you like that? Well, sure. Everything is vibrating. And depending on what your definition of life is, even inanimate objects, yes, can have a life force or an energy to them. Yeah, a frequency and a vibration. They all have it. Things are only this way because of their molecular and construction. Like it's all vibrating so fast that you can't see it. And it's almost the same thing. Like in the UFO, it spins so fast that the fucking thing disappears. You see what I'm saying? Into another dimension. So that's really sweet, Jay Taylor. That's really sweet. Yeah, throwing away your lunch. I know. I think about some of the items that I've thrown away before that are sitting in the trash, in the dump somewhere. Yeah, I know. That's why I always try not to waste food. And I miss having my dog, because she would help me finish. Hi, Mervis. Hi, Mervis, honey. Hi, Mervis. Hi, baby. Oh, my good girl doing doing the kneading, giving me a massage. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Let mommy hold you in the blanket. Okay? Let mommy hold you. Oh, the good girl. Oh, that's a good girl. Let mommy. Oh, she's purring. Come here. You're sitting on one part of the blanket, so I can't move it. Come here, let me hold you. Oh, such a good baby. Such a good baby. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Come on. Come on. Here's my good girl. Hey, did you eat some supper? Did you eat some supper? Whoop. Hey. Little Merv. You're welcome. Yeah. That's a lot of compassion and feeling, and that's great. That's great to be. Yeah. So how? Physical body, right? Did I answer that? So yeah. So basically, you upgrade. At one time you were a mineral, and then you go plant, and then you go animal and human. So and then afterwards, it's almost like going through different grades or levels in school, becoming different beings that live here on this planet, and then evolving past that and moving on to something else. So when you complete, do you become a guide, return to source, or is it just what you choose? I think it's about what you choose. I do what you choose it to be, what you want it to be for you. I feel like this is what it means to say we create our reality. You know, there's a movie called Defending Your Life. I'm going to upload the trailer as a short. I keep meaning to, and I forget. Oh, get that fly, Marv. Marv sees a fly. See, she's going to hunt a fly. See her? Go get that fly. So yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, and they tell you in that trailer for the movie Defending Your Life that Hollywood's been trying to tell you about the afterlife for a very long time. Yep, it says it right in the trailer with the guy's voice that's doing the trailer, in a world like that fella. Well, it says Hollywood's been trying to tell you about the afterlife for a very long time. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess you decide what your afterlife's going to be. Yeah. I don't know about maybe complete awareness. Like when I'm in the spirit body, it's definitely a different feeling. I'm not even worried about like anything at all. Even if my animals are there, I'm not worried about them. And it's definitely a different feeling. And there's a knowing there, of course. You definitely like the stuff that plagues your mind from day to day, how you're going to pay your bills, what you're going to eat for dinner, all of these things disappear. And they're non-concerns anymore. So, I mean, you could return to your source. But I just feel like that there are so many jobs to do, and recycling is very prevalent throughout nature and in life. So I would say that, or I would assume that, we just keep getting recycled for different jobs, and you won't remember your human life anyway. It will fade away. You may have intuitive knowings, just like you have here. You'll meet somebody in the spirit, and it'll be different. Like I know you. This is where we know each other from. You'll have more awareness, sure. Um, but it may be different for everyone because we're all at different levels, right? So, you know, you may like someone that once told me, it was my photographer actually, and I said, well, if you don't, what if reincarnation works like this? So you're out in heaven, you're having a good time, doing everything you wanted to do for hundreds of years, and all of a sudden the divine creator comes to you and says, hey, well, his name's Josh. So, hey, Josh, like, what do you think about doing a job for me that only you can do? I need your help. Do you think you could reincarnate here and help me do this? That's kind of how it works, and that you will volunteer it. You're not going to be forced. You'll volunteer. You'll want to. Because after so long in that space and being in that energy, you'll want to be helpful. And you won't remember your life here. So that's a lot of what happens. Or is it, yes, so it's just what you choose. Sorry, I read that wrong. It's just what you choose from a place of complete knowing. Like, it's what it'll be for you. Everyone's heaven will be what they dream of heaven being for them, you know? So if it's that you dream of flying like on Star Trek with a team of people, then your heaven will most likely be like that. So, yeah. And I think that may be a big problem that everybody expects it to be the same for each other so that, there's always kind of this argument. Do you believe that we're separated from the divine? Oh, well, we're together yet apart. You see? Um, it even says that at one time the spirit was removed, like not our soul, but like this, the divine source. Like I said, I remember that being here last time. When I got here now, something was missing, and I didn't realize that it was the aether within the air. Now, ether is different because it's almost like been refined, like an oil refinery. So this is why they had the technology to turn it from aether to ether. I don't think people understand that in its raw form, it's not usable in this way because it's only usable mentally in a non-physical way. If you want to work with it in a physical way, it requires what's this? Filtering. I'm seeing a water filter. So kind of like filtering, because you're dealing with raw creative force. You see how thoughts became things. At first there was darkness, and then there's light and all this stuff. That's thought. So the divine is someone I call a person with never ending, or an essence with never ending faces. So like sometimes it's called the hero with 1,000 faces or such and such, because the divine has been all things, right? What's the matter, Merv? What? I love you. I forgot the question again. We are aspects. Yeah, aspects like little, okay, if the sun is the divine, then we are little sparks of flames off the sun. You see? We're still pieces of the sun, but we're not exactly the sun. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. So basically, that's why they say each one of us is a piece of God, and that each one of us is the face of God. Yeah, we're created in God's image. Each and every one of us is a creation of the divine creator in its image. That's what it means. We're each an idea. Each of our stories were thought out and written by the divine creator. So we're almost like characters from someone's book. But we also come from within that person, the writer. So we were each just a thought. Oh, yeah, like with complete full will and individuality and autonomy. Yeah. Yeah. It's just like what the divine would choose to take in a physical form and decided to be everything and all things and experience that in every form possible in all of our lives. With every set of eyes, the divine is experiencing life here in the physical form. Yeah. We've been written. Even though we might think that we're an individual, been written this way. The divine knows how our story ends. See? It can be peaceful. Yeah, it can. I think that if I had more love in my life, like physical friendships and family and stuff, I think I would feel more at peace. But that part is very difficult for me. It's been a very long time now that I've been alone, even without friends or anything. So, yeah. Why was Amy alone? What's the matter? Talking to me? Yeah, I'm gonna go soon so we can watch TV. I'm watching a really good show called Untamed. And it's like a show about Yellowstone National Park. There's no like magic or mysticism or monsters or anything. But it's actually really good. And I've been engaged with it, like watching it and interested in the story. So I'd like to finish that. Well, yeah, the disconnected world. Like, even when I was on my walk this morning, like, here I am enjoying nature, but most people are walking. This is their cell phone with their phone like this. Like, walking through nature, but like this, looking at the screen. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're missing all the baby ducks. I'm here, I'm talking to all the animals like Snow White. Hi, birdie. I seen so many little birds. I saw a little bird that was down by the water. It was the tiniest little bird. It was like this big and it had a long beak on it. And it's a bird that lives by the water. And it was like looking for food down by the beach, you know? I know. It's like they like, look, let me take a picture of myself out in nature. And then they're doing nothing but I don't even bring the cell phone with me, not even check the time. I have no idea what time it is when I'm out. I don't know. Whenever I get back, you know? I clean the litter, I feed the cats, I make sure they have everything they need, fresh water, they're all good. I can go for a couple hours. And I don't care what time it is, you know? So I don't even bring my phone. And the only times that I tried to do was so that I could get pictures to prove to people that I go outside. But then I realized that if I post my pictures, that people can check where they were taken from and find my fucking location. Someone told me that, and I was like, oh, great. So now I can't even post my pictures that I took to prove to people that I actually do go outside. I'm just not a cell phone person, that's all. So, but yeah, it was absolutely ridiculous. I seen so many people. There were some. They were all the older generation though. All the older generations, like white-haired older people, and I loved it because everyone says good morning, and they smile at each other and take care of a good day, chit chat. They let me talk, pat their dog, and talk to their doggy. And so I think I will go in that direction in the morning, in the early morning, because today I left. It was like 8:55, almost 9 o'clock, and do that because it's nice to see people that way, you know. Even though it irritated me, like as if this woman, like she just was missing everything with the phone in her face. So whatever. I had a great time though. I saw squirrels, I saw chipmunks. Next time I go there, I'm going to bring food. Because even like the ducks wanted to come over, but then they realized I didn't have any foods and they didn't want to bother. But I knelt down and I was talking to them like, hi, duckies, aren't you ever cute? And they're making little noises. They make cute little noises. They weren't full on quacks. It was like another noise. It was like a lower noise. And like they're listening to me. I had a really good time. Yeah, I had a nice time. It was beautiful, like the sun coming up over the lake and everything like that. And there were quite a few people there in the morning doing the walk. It's a very, well, I know, Jay Taylor. I'm just going to call you Jay. But a lot of people make that assumption. And they'll watch 2 seconds of my video and then tell me that I need to go outside more and this and that when they have no idea what's going on in my life. And it happens a lot, you know? And it's happened ever since I started doing this. I do go outside. I'm just not one of those fucking phone idiots, you know? They told me in 2012 to get rid of the cell phone. and we were supposed to get rid of our cell phones and stuff like that, and that didn't happen. I guess only some people did. Yeah, I was talking to all the critters like Snow White, Scott. Yeah, I I I don't know. I just enjoyed myself. It's a shame, Like I wanted to tell that girl, like, put your fucking phone away, you know. But it was all right. Yeah, but like I still haven't gone swimming yet. But I did. I got a bikini, and even though I'm going to wear shorts on the bottom with it, I bought some swimming shorts as well. But yeah, my building has a pool. Did I ever tell you that? Yeah, my building has a pool, a gym, and a sauna. Um, but I haven't used any of it. I went to go see the gym, and it's so disorganized and a mess, and it's dirty because nobody uses it. And when I asked them if I could go in there and clean it up and organize, they told me no, and that just leave it as it is. And they've had problems between the men and the women from wanting to work out at certain times alone without men being there or whatever. But whatever, there's a pool. I also have a pool, and I'm going to try to go for a swim in the pool, even though I am. Mm, People are dirty and they'll get in the pool. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like they're making them take a shower before they get in the pool. So I don't know. Like, I don't know how comfortable I feel. So I might go swimming at the lake. But the lake, there's so much goose shit. There's so much goose shit on the beach. And like they raked it. Like when I got there this morning, it was all raked up and everything. And you could see that, but it's just, I don't like swimming in lakes, to be honest. I don't. I like the ocean, but lake feels dirty to me, and I don't know why. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't really have, like, if I had friends, I'd be going out and doing stuff more. Like, I've really wanted to go canoeing the past couple of years, but I can't do these things by myself, and it isn't even safe. And the people at like the boat harbor launch thing or whatever, like, I, I, I'd almost be too embarrassed to ask if somebody would go with me, or even to like volunteer to pay somebody to go with me. Like, I'll already have to rent my canoe, you know. So it's sad because I wish that I could do more, but I'm by myself. Like, I can't go to play mini golf because it's too far. I can't drive there. I can't go by myself. And there's also a go-kart place, but I can't get there because it's too far, and I can't get there by myself because I don't drive. So, I could find the places in nature though, and walk around, but there really isn't anything to do in this town other than that. This is a small town, and there's not a lot here. So I make the best of it. But yeah, like, I don't have much to do. So after this, I'm probably going to make some supper and, yeah, but you weren't alone for 36 years, Scott. You've got family and you've got people, I'm not talking about a relationship. Are you talking about a relationship? Or were you alone with no family and no friends, and no one will even talk to you for 36 years? Because, like, people will have a chit chat with me, but they won't call. Like, my phone rang, but that was a telemarketer. And it's the same number that calls me every single day. Yeah. That's the only time my telephone rings. So I also didn't want to pay for a cell phone that never rang. When even my house phone doesn't ring, no one calls me. Well, there is waterfall, but I can't get there. It's a 45-minute hour drive. I've been there several times when I have boyfriends and friends. We drive out there, and I love hiking through the woods to the waterfalls. It's a very popular spot, but I can't get there because I have no friends and I don't drive and I don't have a car. Yeah. So I caught my first fish when I was in my 30s. I think I was 34 when I caught my very first fish. No one ever took me fishing. Never. Oh, well, I'm sorry if you have no family. I've been alone since 17. I was in a group home after that. So, and it took me a really long time to get rescued. And the only reason why is because I ran to my neighbor's house. I ran out the front door and the neighbor's house. And I told them finally what was going on. And Natalie was so mad, not at me, at herself. She was like, I fucking knew it. She was screaming. Her husband's trying to calm her down. She was so fucking mad, she was going to go across the street and kill both my parents. Yeah. She was so fucking mad. I've never seen that woman scream like that. She was furious at the fact she was apologizing to me, crying, saying that she's sorry she didn't do anything. And I was like, it's okay. It's not your fault. Like, I was so scared too because I didn't want to leave Jenny. Jenny was the only person that I loved, and she was my sister. And I didn't want to leave her, and I didn't want to leave my animals. I didn't want to abandon them to these evil people. I knew that I wouldn't be able to take them with me, and I wanted to try to protect them from my evil fucking asshole parents. And you remember, I was adopted, so they are not my blood. I've been alone for a very long time. And I have struggled with the feeling of unaliving oneself. Yes, you've known this on this channel, but I've never done it. And I've struggled with it since I was 9 years old. So if you ever hear of that happening to me, which you probably won't even know, I'll just disappear off the internet because there's nobody to tell you if anything happened to me. But know that I would never do that to myself. I wouldn't. I would never abandon my cats. If I put my cats into a shelter, then I did it to myself. Okay? But if not, I did not hurt myself. Do you understand me? Someone did that to me. I would never, ever, ever abandon my animals. I still have guilt that I left the ones that were there when I got rescued. I still have guilt and I cry for them, but I'm not crying for them right now and today. I cannot do it. I just can't. Where's Marv? Where's Marv? Where's Marvin? Hi, baby. It's okay. Where's Marvin? Oh, there's Marvin. Hi, honey. Hi, honey. You scared me. I thought you were gone. You still here? Okay. I'm going to get you guys your supper, okay? I'm just going to have one little bowl, and then I'll let everybody go, and well, you already got some food on your plates anyway. Okay? Ouch. Ouch. Fuck. Where's my slipper? I have a dry foot. Okay, I'll show you. I've got a dry foot. Look, I caught my skin right there on the fucking carpet. And it pulled. And ow, man. So I gotta put my slippers on. It pulls the piece of skin on the bottom of my foot. No matter how much I put lotion or whatever, I always got dry ass feet. Anyway, I took my blanket off and then I got a chill and I had to go pee, so yeah. Well, I mean, if people pass away, at least you have them in memories. You see, I don't even have memories to hang on to. Like, I'm sorry that you're alone, Coverty, but you have those memories of the people that did love you. I don't even have any memories of that. None of my family came for me. Do you understand? They didn't show up. No one came to rescue me. No one came to get me at the group home. None of them, even to this day. None of them even came looking to see what happened. They believed whatever Demon Debbie told them. And she killed my uncle. That's what she's like. She probably left when we left Winnipeg. Before she closed the door, she probably told Mike, maybe you should just end yourself and close the door. That's what she's like. And that's what he did. My uncle took himself out. She convinced her younger sister to leave her husband at his greatest time of need. Oh my God. If your family was not psychopaths like this, be grateful. But you're only going to be alone temporarily. At least you have the memories of these people that loved you, that laughed with you, that will keep you warm. It is rough, but it's not forever. And at least you had that. Most people, they think they've had it bad. And I'm not trying to say that you don't. I just you really should be lucky you had that. Because I don't even have anybody to miss that's dead. People that I don't know crying over Amy Eskridge because she could have been a great friend. Or that I would have loved to have a professor like Dr. Lee. They're all dead. So. Thanks, Scott. Anyway, I would just have hoped that well, because I feel so passionate and happy about the things that I've been researching, it makes me happy that my content is being seen. I don't get any money for this. None of my videos get monetized. If you hear a song at the end that I played that's copyrighted, none of my videos are monetized. It's not about money for me. It's just, I suppose that I felt like people saw me as garbage my whole life. But I just wanted to be appreciated and seen for the stuff that I'm good at and the stuff that makes me happy. So even just being here for me supports me, pressing like, giving a comment, sharing my content, because there isn't anything else you can do. Unless you live in my town and you want to be friends. And you don't. So it's because you don't live here. I realize this, you see? And if you don't live here, well, even sometimes when I'm conversing with people, like Scott has offered to talk with me so that I'm not alone. And I didn't take his offer up because I know that he and I can never actually hang out. He lives too far away. Do you see? I don't mean to be hurtful because I know you're listening, Scott. I don't mean to talk about you like you're not here. But it just doesn't it just doesn't feel real. And I'm sorry. But that's really what I needed, you know? I've needed that for a long time. And even all the doctors and therapists told me you need to find a support system. You need to find a support system. And a good one, a loving one that I can learn to love and trust and feel comfortable around people again. Instead of always on edge. Like it's weird. Like even when I meet somebody really great and I know that he's enjoying talking with me and I'm enjoying talking with him, there's something that happens where I will attack that individual. I'm not used to healthy relationships or anything being safe. And even if I spot something, this person's behavior reminds me of another person's behavior who has betrayed me. It's bad. I really try not to do this. Like, get this. So when I was learning about Noskin Funden and I was watching videos, Night God 333 said that he talked to Claudio on the phone and that he had expressed that he was working as like a security guard or whatever. Nothing wrong with that at all. The fact that was wrong with that is that man here, well, he's not really a man. He doesn't deserve the title. He abused me, that false twin flame fella. And he was a security guard. Even just the association, like those two people they're on different continents. They have nothing to do with each other. But the fact that I heard that Claudio was a security guard, it did something. Like, oh, he must be like him. Even though logically I know that this is not the case. For some reason, I'm so fucked up by that I associate things now with other things like that. Oh, what a fucking mess. Yeah. So I have a very, 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 very difficult time connecting with others. It's not just because of the CPTSD, it's way more than that. And I have been trying to correct it. Yeah. Well, I just wish that those other people would come back for me. There's no reason for me to stay here. You know, I could be much better use elsewhere, you know, and that's why I feel like this period of isolation and this studying, you know, hopefully it'll pay off. Because at least now I won't be asking a million questions. I'll still have questions, but it might be easier to integrate me into their world. I'm not even going to say that out loud because it'll probably not work out. I swear. Work out badly. Tommy, hi. Welcome. You missed quite a bit. I've almost been going for 5 hours. So, and I intended to only do 3, but you know. Yeah. Yeah, we talked about quite a bit today. Um, I am going to make a video about what we talked about earlier and show the different ancient sites and show you where the liquid mercury would have been. They found it there still. It's still there. Um, Under the ground and everything. There's other sites with that, though. But we've discussed all that. So, like I said, if you look for the truth hard enough, you'll find it. But it may not be exactly what you hoped for. You know, but it's not all bad. It's not all doom and gloom. You just have to readjust your expectations, I suppose. Thanks, Scott. There's the back pat. I have. I suppose I just want it all to be worth it. You know what I mean? And now that I've found something that I feel passionate about and that I'm good at, you know? Mm-hmm. Like that I feel good about doing, that I wake up every day and I'm excited to learn more and to add more to the videos that I'm making or, you know, whatever else and that. Well, I mean, do we really even ever know anything for sure? I don't know. I think it's safer to say that we know nothing, but I think it's safer because things change so frequently. But accepting what's most likely true is probably for the best. I don't know if, I mean, is the truth different for every one of us? And that's the problem. Is it our individual truth? I think so. I think that's why we find ourselves in so many disagreements with each other. Because we may wanting to be pushing the truth that you have onto somebody else, but what it is for you, it may not be for somebody else, right? Like our heaven is not going to look the same. So, not sure. I wonder if that's where the mercury to gold came from. Yes. Yes. You can create many other metals. It's alchemy. It's a chemistry. You just need the right combination, that's all. Hmm. Like how they refined the mercury out of the cinnabar. It's mercuric sulfate, so it's not exactly, what was it? Yeah, mercuric sulfate. It's different. It's not in its form that you would notice it as today. Yeah. Oh, sulfide, not sulfate. Mercuric, like mercury, mercuric sulfide ore. So it's an ore that comes from cinnabar. And it's a red pigment. It's that same red pigment that they use to decorate themselves with. And this type of mercury has been used in traditional medicines for thousands of years. This kind of mercury. So natural magnets, like I was talking about the lodestones, but I don't know where I put my lodestones again. I probably left them in the kitchen. Natural magnets. It is also known as a lodestone. It comes from the Earth's crust and primarily composed of a mineral called magnetite. Over time, geological processes and the Earth's magnetic field align the magnetic domains within the magnetite. So the magnetite from Earth's magnetic field is changed, turning it naturally into a magnetized stone. Isn't that interesting? So literally the Earth's magnetic field charges the stones to make them magnetic. Now, if that doesn't sound like magic, I don't know what does. In ancient times, liquid mercury was primarily obtained from cinnabar, a mercuric sulfide ore that they had to mine. This ore was mined and processed to extract the mercury, which was known and used by various ancient civilizations for its unique properties. And so this is why, you're going to find it in all of these things, because they had many uses for it. It didn't represent a river. I guarantee you that it was something more than that. Yeah. So yeah, that's what they've been doing. They've been using this in Vimanas. That's exactly how Vimana technology. In this new video, I have a Vimana Mercury Vortex engine video to show you. So it's pretty cool. I have some pretty cool links and stuff here. It's called the mystical lingas of Mercury, but not like the god. They're made out of cinnabar. They're even red color. You can see the it's like a copper red color. It's not really like red like blood, but more of a copper color, like sunset. And just go look. Okay, it says you can tell what are man-made. So more slimmer. They kept getting slimmer and more sleek. It's very obvious. So yeah, so at first these craft were like big and bulky, like the Glock Bell and stuff. And like I said, now in 2025, who the fuck knows what they have created? They can even make small what's that? A free energy device can fit inside of a shoebox. So it can be very compact. What the hell was I looking for? Don't remember. Yes, I do. This. Hold on. Can't see myself. This. To show the different designs. I forgot about this, so I didn't have my book. So this is like the sleeker design from 2012. Do you see how they're right bulky from 1972? These two would move and rotate. See how it has the 3 discs here we were talking about when I was reading to you from Nazi Germany with the 3 discs there? That's an example, as if I didn't have my book at the time. And then there, this way. And then in 1934, you see the little nipple on the top like I was trying to show you? Oh, shit. The first one there on this side, up at the top, 1943. You see how it has the light exhaust on the bottom of it, like a circle glowing light? Yeah, that one is quite common. Unfortunately, there's one with the little knobs on the bottom. These are not lights. Where's my fingers? Okay, right here. Right there. Those are not lights. Again, those are those 3 balls that I tried to show you. Rotating balls, like on the bottom of it here. We talked about how in the article about the German flying saucer, how there was 3 discs and each of them are rotating. It just showed you that with that craft. Right there. That's the 3 discs. One was smaller, and then they have different sizes. They're almost like going down like that. But the middle one's clearly bigger. They were talking about the 3 discs. 1, 2, 3. And they have to rotate. These are probably rotating also. It looks like the gravitron. Yes? That's why. Because they're using this gravity modification. But the 2012 design is sleeker and smaller and more compact. So, those are just some of, I forgot that I had that as an example, actually. Is that what turned your craft red? Well, that's what I mean. Everyone's truth for them is going to be different. It may not align with other people's, but it's going to be true for them because that's how they believe and feel. I mean, this is why the elites and the ruling class have been trying to do this reality creation. And they've kept themselves on the top of things for so long. But they're giving you this version of truth. You're right, because there's a lot of people that have a shitty outlook of what is true for them. But yeah, I think there is a core truth. It may be simple, like as if, how we were overthinking the complexity of how these UFO craft could fly, and it's literally rocks from the earth. They're using rocks. So refined and changed a little bit, but when it comes down to it, rocks. The 1955 one is the Jetsons car. Let me see. Is that the one? Yeah, I know. That does look like the Jetsons, doesn't it? It does. It almost looks like how their houses were made too, eh? I didn't notice it had that little peak thing on top of it at first. But like I said, it almost looks like a spinning top. That thing you spin and it boo. It's almost like that. It works kind of similar, actually. But yeah, so this one would be like the Vril craft, that classic flying saucer shape. That's the Vril Fool Society that had those ones. And they had one. Remember, I said that they put the gun on the bottom, but it would destabilize it because of the push and pull force, you know? And they'd have to put a pendulum on the bottom to stabilize it. So it's really interesting. If you want to read about that, I can just give you the link. You can read the whole 570 pages. It's a book, but you're welcome to it. Here it is right here. I'm putting it in the chat now. I'll call it Germans Flying Saucers. There you go. It's in the chat. Hi, Stephen Brooks. Good to see you back. Welcome. That is a book about the stuff that we kind of discussed here today, about the origin of flying saucers and anti-gravity. So this is a book. Oh, it literally says Adamski right there. He must have taken those photos. Yeah. So look out for the video. I'll show you everything I'm talking about. These are real photos of the real German UFO flying craft. Okay. And these are older versions, even the one that I'm looking at right now, which you can't see the bottom in these diagrams from the little picture in my book that I used, but you can see those spheres. Yeah. But you can only see it a tiny little bit. They look like bumps on some of the craft there. But that's what that is. Those are silver rotating spheres. Like on the bottom of this one. I hope you can see it. I can't see my screen. Oh, 1972. See the little balls on the bottom? Those are not lights. It looks like 1997 has that too. There's the balls on the top. 1980. Yeah. And so they will have a similar design, but those are all man-made. Most of them are. Anyone who's seen a silver flying saucer is man-made. This book here is my book, but it's not for sale. Not anymore. It used to be. So, yeah. So yeah, you can read that. It was certainly cool. And I do read a portion of the book in the video that I'm putting together now, making audio clips and stuff. That's all I can do. I got to make an audio clip, put it on the then delete it because I don't have any space left on my computer. But it's going good. It's still working, so I'll have this done. I'll probably work on it tomorrow. I'm a little bit worn out now, so I don't really feel like it. But I'll work on it tomorrow and hopefully have it finished so that it can go out. I mean, not many people are watching these videos, which sucks because they're going to listen to that bitch and be even more bamboozled and glamified. Like, you don't need aliens to tell you this. Teach your fucking self. And stop relying on this bitch making her rich. Yeah. So. Well, we talked about that, Stephen Woods, that Zachariah Sitchin, a lot of people believe this too, that his translations were wrong. Okay? That guy was doing the ancient aliens hoedown showdown. You know what I'm saying? He just wanted some money. A lot of people know that those aren't the correct translations of the Sumerian texts. So, I heard a story of the Sumerians being in Aldebaran. Yeah, we discussed this, that Maria Orsic believed it was Aldebaran, but she wasn't sure. They weren't sure. They didn't actually know who they were communicating with. Okay? So the fact about the aliens and Anunnaki and all this bullshit, Anunnaki is a word that means beings that came from the higher realms to a lower realm. That's why people associate them with fallen angels, because it's the same thing. If you're in the fifth dimension and you go down to the third dimension, you have descended also, or you fell. It doesn't necessarily mean that somebody pushed you. It could be voluntary, but you've still fallen in dimension. It makes you technically a fallen angel when you've left your heavenly realm and to come down to the third dimension, especially to have sex with human women. I found with people, it's 3 to 4 years for people to wake up. Some of them never do. So, yeah. Let's hope, because it would be a really big shame, just because of how my life's been. Like, I just want to live a little bit of life happy. I want to make memories that I can bring with me. I haven't got any really that I can bring with me. Nothing to say that I really enjoyed this life in this body, that it got hugs from people and we laughed together and we sat by the campfire and made s'mores and told stories and all that. So, yeah. So, I don't know, like, no, they're not Anunnaki children. We read about that. There was a breakaway civilization in New Schwabenland. That's why they called it that, in Antarctica, in base 211. Okay, we read that. It's just a shame because this alien disclosure thing, so many people are full of shit. And they know that they're peddling shit. And they do it because they know that they can take advantage of people and their ignorance. Because also, they're aware that people won't do the work like I have here. They won't read books and they won't do the actual research because they just want to sit and be fed the information. They don't want to do the hard work themselves. This is why a lot of people choose to go on Ozempic instead of losing weight the right way, like going to the gym, eating properly, and all of that, because they're fucking lazy. Yeah. Well, my 40th birthday is in 2 weeks. And I was really hoping I wouldn't be alone for this one. But that's probably when you'll see me again. I'll have another birthday live because I don't want to spend my birthday all by myself for real. Like, at least we can, like, sit here together and I can talk to people at least, you know? Yeah. Well, if you like Zachariah Stitchin, that's okay, you know? But he's the one that came up with the Anil Enki story that Elena's pitching all the time, yeah? It's okay, though. You know, and they're not coming to Earth. They're coming from their dimension into ours, you know? It's not like I said, falling from their position. It's a dimensional realm. It isn't a place. So they didn't come to Earth. They just left their dimension and came to ours. You know, they may have portaled through the sky because they're flying, but if they had tires, they would have been driving through the portals onto our roads, you see? So it's just the fact that, you know, they have these machines as well, because in Hindu teachings in the Vedas, it says that even the lower dimensions have the UFO, that you do not want the ones with the UFO to show up. The ones that need craft and used in this way, you do not want this. You want the beings that don't need them, that can biolocate, teleport from one location to the next, that will appear before you. Yeah, they don't need vehicles. Yeah, I know, right? CC, like you just want to live 39 all over and over and over. Yeah, I know. I think I'll just keep telling people that I'm 39. 5 years down, I'm 39. You know, it's crazy. Like, I see guys checking me out, and then because my gray hair is showing a little bit at the top, they'll be like, oh, too old. You know what I mean? Are you kidding me? Yeah, so whatever. It's because of these stupid ass YouTube channels. Like, they say that people like women like me are all washed up and no good and good for nothing, and we should just all be shot and thrown into the trash. You know what I mean? Like 30 were some ancient fucking piece of garbage. But yeah, that's how. Yeah, the internet. Great. Thanks a lot, alpha male bullshit channels, assholes. She says they came here 700,000 years ago. Oh my god. Yeah, I really try not to pay attention to Elena Danan, but I shouldn't have clicked on some of her shit before to even check, because now that's what set me off. I seen her fucking live on my fucking algorithm, and I was like, not interested, not interested, as fast as I could go, but fuck, I still seen it anyway, and it pissed me off. Here comes Commander Nyla something or fucking ever. I don't remember what her name is. And she's going to tell us about ether and UFOs. And you go fuck yourself, bitch. even if there was a native indigenous species on a planet, it would always be that an invading species from somewhere else, just like they say that the Anunnaki came and fucking killed all the dinosaurs and then proceeded with experimenting with humanity. And there was a lot of experiments being done, but I can't tell you which group it was. And if you call them the Anunnaki, the only thing that means is that they were beings that came from one level of a dimension to a lower level. It doesn't matter if it's 5, 6, 4, it doesn't fucking matter. If it's anything higher, then it's a higher dimension. So you are falling. That's what a fallen angel is. There is some breeding thing going on too. It's like they want to create like the best race that could be, most likely by combining all of these together. Oh boy, I didn't tell you how they can influence our births, did I? No, I didn't. So there's this thing with the jinn in Islam where they specifically are told to pray before making love. So the jinn cannot influence in the outcome of your baby. Unfortunately, they believe that because of non-Muslims, they believe that a lot of people have jinn influences within their births, which is true. Technically, that happened to me. When your parents drink alcohol, it can be an easy time for possession. This may not be easy for people to hear, but these beings can temporarily take hold of the vessel, mate, have an effect on the baby, even spiritually. Yes. And bring their own into creation this way. They don't have to do the changeling thing where they switch you at birth. They don't have to do that anymore. They found different ways to do that. I've always felt like, and people always felt like I was different and strange, and even the fact that I have these reddish brown eyes that I have. I've always wondered if it had something to do with that, and most likely it was, especially during my creation. I could guarantee you that there was some interference with that. Was it interference or divinely planned? I don't know. Because I truly feel that like I said before, I want unity, peace, and harmony between all of our peoples, regardless of whether you're from here or not. I don't care. But the problem with this is the level of trickery, play on words, straight up dishonesty, and just, the behavior of the person that they chose as their emissary. I just don't trust it. And like, people are losing faith in the Galactic Federation for a reason. I talked about this before in this live earlier, where I had said, we've been invaded for this long, but they say they don't believe in violence, yet Thorhan, one of their commanders or whatever, strangled a Grey to death, which is probably the most violent thing you could do to somebody to kill them. It takes about 10 minutes to strangle someone. It's not as fast as it is in the movies. I hope you know that. So, it takes a long time. It is an emotional reaction, and it's a very emotional, extreme reaction. So even the fact that she wrote that comes from within her. The fact that there's nonviolence, I don't believe it. Don't believe it. I think that's all nonsense from her. Remember, if you have an extraterrestrial husband, wouldn't you do everything and anything that you could? Oh, excuse me. Everything and anything you could to be with him? I think so. Love's a powerful thing. It'll fuck you up, and it'll get you to fuck up other people so you can have them. I don't necessarily think that's love, actually. I just don't see how that would work out for anybody. Like, what man would sit around and want to hear about their girlfriend's extraterrestrial husband? Who the fuck would want to hear that? You'd feel so inferior. Like, oh, why don't you go get your extraterrestrial husband to take you for groceries, bitch? I'm not. There's another one too, Dr. Andrea Martin. That's what my original last name was supposed to be, Martin. That would have been my family name. Under my mom. And again, her. She's got an extraterrestrial boyfriend. Talking on Michael Sala's channel. Giving this sad fucking story. Oh, man. She needs a doctor. You are a doctor, bitch. You need a doctor. If you think you have an extraterrestrial husband, you're crazy. Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Yeah. Well, even though I appreciate that, listen, it isn't about that. The only reason why I got beef with Elena is because of what she did to me. And others too, like Megan Rose and all of that. Like, no, we got beef now. I was tagging her consistently on my old Telegram, and I deleted it because of her, because I didn't want her to get any of my information. Yeah, but it was too late. She already did. And then she changed her tone from Galactic Federation to Anunnaki. Yep. Yeah, she'll say whatever to make herself seem superior, Stephen. Elena says she's been to the house of Anu. She'll tell you she sat at the table of the divine creator to make herself the number one. That's what I don't like. This is why she has no female friends. The only female friends Elena Denon has are women that feel inferior to her. Oh, yes, Elena. Oh, yes. Oh. Those kind of women. Those are the only women that'll talk to her. She has no other friends. That's why. And what man would want to sit around and hear about your extraterrestrial husband? Give me a break. So this is why. This is the only thing they have to rely on. But what they don't understand is that these beings are doing that to them on purpose. So they'll be isolated, feel alone, and go to them. Yes, it's a trick. No, it's not a delusion. Like, these are entities, but they're called, okay, if you look up the stories, it's called fairy romancers. This has been going on for a long fucking time, where in women's bedrooms, they'll think they're having sex with their husband, and then their husband like comes up from the basement or something. They're like, wait a minute, weren't we just being intimate? But it wasn't their husband. It was one of these fairy romancers. Yes. Yeah. They'll change into your husband, and you'll think you're having sex with your husband, but you're not. It's one of these. So it's not a delusion. It's scary real, and it's dangerous for them. As I told you, it does not work out the way that you think. You always hope so, but look where we are. Look where the fuck we are. When has something sounded too good to be true and it turned out to be true? No, it wasn't. These stupid ass people. These are the kind of people that will run into some fucking good-looking woman with big tits in the woods and think that they hit the fucking jackpot. And then you get your heart pulled out of your chest and eaten in front of you while it's still beating you, stupid motherfucker. Where are Sam and Dean Winchester when you need them? In another fucking dimension, in some other world somewhere. Fucking shit. Yeah, Zeus did that too. It's the same stories. They change into somebody's husband. They'll go make love with a woman to have a upgraded child. So we're a little different as starseeds, I guess. Yeah. Well, that's what it means. We're all basically changelings. Beings from the other realm have interfered with our creation. That's what it is. Whether it's part of the divine plan or not, I don't know. But I really don't think that the reason why we were separated is because we're not supposed to commingle, and that we are all so different. This is how we got here. Because those beings did not obey the creator of non interference. If they really believed in non interference, they would not have interfered with their bullshit. But they like being worshipped, and they want to be worshipped as gods. And they know that people will do this because, like I said, humanity is so bad. People are desperately looking for something else. And they will do anything to keep it. Yes. Yeah. Fort Knox. Nothing's coming from that. But yeah, real love is powerful, and it's honest, and it's true, and it's genuine, and it's real. And it's not going to tell you it's an alien when it's not. Okay? And I'm telling you right now, this is why even the religious peoples in their biblical understanding will tell you there's no aliens, because everything outside of this realm is non-physical. It's spiritual. The only physical realm is here. Everything else is spiritual. Yeah. You know? And it comes down to the fact, like I said, if you realize all the astronomers, people of math and science were all part of these Freemasonic societies. They put in your school system. They gave you your slave Bible. Yeah. They created this reality. So I guess it's just up to us to make our way out of it, because in this age and in this time, it's just the way it's supposed to be. It's literal hell. It's complete opposite of the way things were. So yeah, that's what the flood was for too. I mean, there was so many beings, and the planet was so chaotic at that time, they had no choice. And some of them, and see, the Jinn were created, these are the unseen beings of the unseen realm, were created to take care of something that was much worse than they were, much more dangerous than they were, that was created, that maybe it shouldn't have been. But the creator gets pretty inventive. So unfortunately, it's just how it goes. Unfortunately. But I would like to see all the beings of creation live in harmony together and get along. Unfortunately, when you want to create a proper, healthy relationship, you have to tell the truth and be honest with other individuals. And they're not. I don't care about game playing and none of this. That's not what it is. If you really wanted to upgrade them, you just would. And that's it. Not pretend to be aliens that you're going to come and be their boyfriend. That's cruel. Because a lot of these people are going to be let down really hard when they find out that that is not going to happen. And they've stayed single and alone, hopefully waiting for that. No, they want you to die alone. Yeah. I know, because some of this has been influenced on my own life, you see? Yeah. Unknowingly, I may have made an agreement with one of these beings unknowingly, and it may have been this one. Okay. The only way to get rid of spirit spouse type of thing that has attached itself to you in this way is to get married to someone you love. And I was always hoping that I would find true love so that it would be like almost breaking this attachment curse, like, because this has been something that's been attached to me ever since I was a child, purposely done so. Even though I have learned to deal with it, and this is probably one of the most dangerous types of beings in existence, and I know I said it was me, but well, there's always the possibility that it isn't. And that's just something that I had to tell myself, just like, I can't handle the reptilian shapeshifter thing because I can't do anything about it, And so it's kind of too much mentally for me to handle, even though I'm aware that somehow, some way, they can do this with black magic ritual, like, and blood sacrifice. But still, it would only be temporary. There's no way that they could shift back and forth. Like I explained before about the energetic differences between being a being of smokeless fire, which is energy, pure. There, I can't see how it would survive inside a human flesh host. You would have to eat constantly, or you would turn into a rack of bones very fast. It would, so, but I often wonder, because when I was talking with that fella that I liked back in May, he hasn't spoken to me again, which I told him not to, though. I warned him. And so it was for the best, because that's not the first time. And it's usually a male. I won't do that to women. It usually reacts that way to a male. I just ripped him to shreds for nothing. It came over me like nothing. So whether it's my pain body, like I said, hearing that Claudio was a security guard and that dude that abused me was a security guard, and it's just like the wiring or something. I don't know. But it has to have something to do with the long-standing abuse that I've been through. Yeah. And so the reptilian thing, honestly, when I hear about this and what they've done to people, it makes me want to exterminate them all, and I can't. And this isn't a feeling that I enjoy, but it is very frustrating for me. And so I think a lot of that I reject it mentally, because I can't do anything for them, and that is a little bit too much for me mentally. So, I've talked about the reasons about the Federation, them believing in nonviolence, and yet Thorhan strangled a motherfucker right to death. And there's so many other ways. Like, why didn't you just snap his neck, right? Makes no sense. But yeah. So I'm glad we talked about it at least. But, Because, I mean, like, with everything that was going on, if in 2017, July 2017, that month, it was around this time of the month when I saw that craft. I usually, like I said, I celebrate about the 17th. But you'd think that after all these years, like, especially what I was going through and all the darker entity attacks that I was going through in my old building, I wrote some of the experiences spiritually in my book, about how I shish kebabbed that one demon. That's what I call it. It didn't see that coming. But there was a lot of that. So why wouldn't the good guys intervene, you see? Why wouldn't they come to help? Even just to show themselves to me. Even to give me a hug for 30 seconds. You can't come and give me a 30-second hug. Knowing how much torture I'd been through. My mom used to pull my fucking fingernails off. I'd be grabbing the walls as she dragged me down the hallway, kicking and screaming, punching me. The worst part of it was her spit flying out of her mouth, hitting me all over. Her dirty ass, nasty, fat bitch spit. Okay? And I'm sorry, yes. She was fucking beast. And I don't care. You're offended? I don't give a shit. She was a beast. Her big ass stomach hung to her knees. Her knees! She could literally kick her own gut. Like it was melting off of her. Oh. Sorry. What is it? Flashback Monday. Why wouldn't they come back though? Like they would have known that I lived a life like that. It was like demonic attack for real. Like a monster attacking you for real. But it was a human being and supposed to be your mom. Yep. So why wouldn't they show themselves? Not one of them. Not one. Not even any kind of real, even spiritual communication where they like sit down with me and talk to me. Nothing. And I know that I have to be ready for that. And I am grateful for the experiences that I've had. I'm very lucky to have that and even remember it. But if they are physical and they are aliens and they are flesh and blood, there's no reason why not to say anything to me. And I have had an open mind, non-biased opinion for many, many, many years. It's only been now that I've been so suspicious. So it makes no sense. Elaine and Danan did not go through what I did. And they're going to her. It's not about jealousy. It's about logic. You're good beings that want to help people. But yet you're telling her to lie to say about aliens. Why couldn't she do this? Why couldn't she just explain? She's an archaeologist, right? So she couldn't just say, oh, well, it's older peoples and they're dead languages. Da, 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 da. It's not aliens. No, because she wanted to be aliens because she wanted to feel special above everybody else, the ambassador. There's too much wrong with all of it. And hopefully before it's too late, people will start recognizing it. Because once you get into this, you can't get out. You have no choice but to go forward. It's almost like, what was I saying to myself this morning? Like you're in a boat and you're paddling down and then all of a sudden you just decide, I don't really care anymore what's around that bend. And you pull your boat over and you live your life. But I guarantee you'll always be wondering what was around that bend that you didn't go and see. Yeah, you'll always wonder. So, she sounds like a scary, bad Russian character. Oh my god, she was a fucking demon. an absolute demonic creature of a monster. And everybody thought that Demon Debbie was so great. She was a PSW, home care worker, holding the dying as they died. She probably fucking killed them to get the credit. Oh, thank you for being there with my mom or dad in their final moments. Yeah, that fucking bitch probably gave them their final moments. I just really hope they didn't hurt anybody else. They probably did. They probably did. That's her, like, her boyfriend Steve had a daughter, and I fucking told her how they were. I told her, she didn't believe me until years later messages me, "Oh, I think we got off on the wrong foot. I'm sorry, I didn't believe you." Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. You moved into my house. You accepted the Gap school bag and all the fancy clothes that they bought you and the room they made you. And I didn't get fuck all, bitch. You saw how I was being treated. You accepted that princess treatment while I was getting punched in the fucking face, bitch. So I told you not to bring your child around those people. And if she did, whatever happened is not on me. Do you understand me right now when I'm telling you that I have unresolved feelings that I didn't do anything to them? I never fought back. I didn't hit them. I didn't hurt them. I didn't plan on killing them. Nothing like that. Okay? Never did anything like that. Even though I wish they would go away, fall into a hole, and disappear and never come back. I don't care if aliens took them. I don't care if they fell all the fucking way to China, as long as they stop coming back to hurt me. Right? But of course, there is a part of me that feels bad and guilty that I did not punish them, that I ran all the way to California, in fact, because I was terrified of them. So that's kind of what brings up the anger about it. And I couldn't tell her she was a fat bitch, and I wish I could have. You're a fat, ugly, stinky piss. Her fucking piss stunk. She stunk. She'd go to the bathroom and pee, and it would stink. It would just be pee, you guys. It would fucking stink the whole bathroom up. She's one of those people that would pee, and she'd be like, psst, psst, psst. The biggest fucking farts you have ever heard in your life. Woman, I'm going to tell everybody everything, you nasty bitch. They used to walk around naked. 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 I know what that bitch's pubes look like. Did your parents walk around naked? Did they play Scrabble naked at the kitchen table? No, I don't think so. Ugh! Dirty bitch. With your fucking gunt hangs down to your goddamn knees. Anyway, where's my cats? Oh, you're sitting on the fence, are you, Marvin? You're such a good girl. Mommy loves you. Oh, goodness. Yeah, so I'm not having the best time. I'm having flashback after flashback. Oh my God, it's not funny, but I don't know what to do. If I don't laugh, I don't know what to do. I wish I had got some weed. I should have went and got weed. Fucking shit. People just don't know. Oh my God. Oh. When I was walking to the kitchen, I was seeing her coming at me, like running down. Well, she can't run, she's too fat. But coming down the hallway at me. She's lucky she doesn't meet me, the adult me. If I could go back in time, I would have punched that bitch right back down the hallway. I was just too small. You know, I was small back then, and I couldn't defend myself. I was scared of them. My stepdad was even scarier. He deafened me, you know. I can't hear in my left ear because of him. My eardrum and everything was ruptured and ruined because he punched me off of a chair while I was playing with my Easy Bake Oven. And I had a friend over when that happened. Yeah. Think she went home and told her parents to help me? No. Yeah. That's why I feel so like betrayed too, because there were other friends that witnessed that. I had so many messages on Facebook. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't do anything. It's too fucking late now. It's too late now. And them apologizing to me just hurt me even more and made it worse. Because I thought, oh, well, they didn't know. They didn't know. It's not their fault. Yes, they did know. Many people knew that I was being abused and they didn't do anything about it. So, yeah, I do. I love my blankie. Love my blankie. Well, I know. The bigger the head, the harder the fall. I told you they were going to fall. No one's going to want to be friends with Elena Denon once they find out. That's not even her real name. She made up a character. Well, I didn't do that. It was Elena Denon, the character. Just like Corey Good. Made up Corey Good, the character, and then Corey Good, the person. So it's different. She changed her name for a reason. You know, we should start calling her Helena because that's her name. So. But yeah, I know. And yeah, it does make me feel good that I don't have to be a liar and a deceiver and sit here and tell people that, like, you know, I have an alien boyfriend and I'm traveling to Neptune and all of this bullshit. You know? I'm glad I don't have to do those things, or that I even have the need to, and that the things that I already have here are exciting enough. You know, I don't need to tell people that I've met Valiant Thor, who's not even fucking real, and, you know, all this stuff. But then again, those people may be the people from the past civilizations, and they would be from like the Norse era, like the Vikings and shit, because they probably had stuff too. I would assume that this isn't something that is new to our discovery. There's been smart people, people of science, just because they didn't have a degree from a university, that didn't matter. They were still a person of science. And a lot of observations are done in nature. And that's how we learn things for science. So, yeah, pretty much. Even I don't think Claudio Nocelli's name is his actual name. It may be a fake pen name that they use for being authors. But also because I said names have power. Thankfully, the name Lacey J. Forbes is the name my parents gave to me, but not the name the divine gave me. And I know what that is. I've known that for a very long time. And this is why I didn't realize this. It must have been my subconscious, but I thought it was my alien name. So I would give these beings the name Nova and not my real name. But there was a reason for this, because they want to take your name. They can exist. They want to exist, a lot of these beings. They want, to have that admiration, and they are upset that we are alive and they are not anymore. Yes. Mm-hmm. So yeah, they do use a fake name. Even Corey Good's name is actually James. It's not Corey, it's James. Yeah. Alex Collier's real name is Ralph. Ralph something, I forget, Amigos or something. It's a different kind of sounding last name. Yeah. Alex Collier isn't Alex Collier. His real name is Ralph. So, and Claudio has an account with his picture, but it's Eddie. Who the fuck is Eddie? Like, the only thing I can think of is that Eddie's an easier name to say, and maybe people can't say Claudio, which I don't know why. But Eddie seems to be like this. It's popular in Brazil too, because a lot of people can't say their names. Like, my Brazilian boyfriend's name was Caio. But I don't know where Eddie comes from. So maybe his real name is Eddie. I can see why he changed it. The same with Alex Collier. Ralph means to throw up. So I can see why he changed it. But I really think it's because of the magicians, and that they'll use your name to put magic on you. Yeah. So it's another dude called Valiant Thor, a book called Stranger at the Pentagon. Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's lots of people that make these claims, and I don't know if it's, like, again, it's like saying that you have a family of psychics, that your women in your line go back 10 generations of mediums. You know what I mean? It may be something that I've met Valiant Thor, and he tells me this. It almost gives people like a form of authority over others. Like, well, you don't know Valiant Thor. You don't know Valiant Thor, so who the fuck are you? You know what I mean? So somebody like me. So that's what they have to do. Well, that's the thing with Ragnarok. I mentioned that before. She's going to bring about Ragnarok. Yeah, I know. The lady in red, eh? Yeah, I know. I already thought about that. As a person, yeah. The end battle. Yeah, I could see her doing that. Yeah. And she would want that. Like I said, she wants to be with Thorhan. So, and that's what I mean. Like, love and relationships. Like, just see what women do for men here. the crazy shit they do. They even cover up for them when they're murderers. So it's the same thing. And I mean, when you're 55 and still single, you know, I think the prospect of romance with an extraterrestrial seems pretty good. This is why older women like romance novels. So she's only, 15 years, 55, 15, 20 years older than me? 40, 15. Yeah. But, yeah, that is about the red woman. Yeah. I remember that about Ragnarok. Riding the beast. Yeah, there's something coming back to me about that. Yeah, it's also talked about in the Bible. A woman riding a 7-headed dragon or something. Yeah. Yeah, I already knew about that. Yeah. So it may, but what they say, nothing can stop what's coming. It may just be the way things have to go. And like I said years ago, your soul may depend upon all this. Like what happens to you for your eternity, and that's forever. You know, it may determine what happens to you after this, based upon your discernment. So I don't know. But well, let's hope so. Like I said, we're Sam and Dean Winchester. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. We need help here because of this mess. So, anyway, I think that's it. I'm quite tired now. And I think that's enough tonight. How many subscribers did I lose? I wish people would act better, but what can you do? So, yeah. I'll continue my work tomorrow and put this video together. So most of the stuff that I've talked about here will be in the video. I hope that the time travel thing makes sense now, because they're not putting into coordinates and going back and forth in time. No. So, yes. Well, thanks for sticking around. It's good to see you again, Cece. Thanks for hanging out with me, everybody. It was kind of a live stream stew with, quite a few things in there. But I will make a video to go over what we talked about today with the liquid mercury and the electromagnetic field generator. Okay? So that's exactly what Ning Lee was talking about. We've gone over it. I put the link for that book if you'd like to read it. It's here in the chat. You just have to scroll up to find it. It's the only time that I commented with anything in this stream. So yeah, I encourage you greatly to watch the last few videos that I put out. We will go back to talking about cryptids and interdimensionals as soon as I finish with this. I just feel like this may have more priority right now. See, I was right. I made a post on my post sections about how the waters were separated, and water is a term for dimensions. And so when the waters were separated, this means that the spirit realm was separated from the physical world, but they are still interconnected, like two sides of a coin, the spirit realm being the other side of the coin. At one time, these things were not on two sides. It wasn't separated. It was the same. One and the same, where there wasn't two separate sides. It was a coin that was spinning, actually, not stationary with one side or the other, spinning, so both sides are combined into one. We've had a merge where the aether is higher. So like I said before, it was readily available right in the air where you could feel it. And it's because of like the tides waxing and waning, it must go out and come back in with each cycles, the cycle. So it will slowly recede out. This is why in the Bible you see Moses parting the Red Sea. I forget how the succession goes, but use these two examples. So Moses parted the Red Sea, but then time later, Jesus could walk on water and turn water into wine. But these were smaller things they could do with the aether. This is a kind of instant manifestation that works mentally. So you envision it. That's how he did that. He changed the water from wine to wine visually. He thought it and changed it this way. He didn't do anything to it. This is how this works, okay? This is what they're telling you in these stories. And that's what this stuff is like. And again, with the instant manifestation, you will see some of these craft be able to change form. Like I said, we're going from 1922 all the way to 2025. So with craft development in that time has probably excelled quite a bit. But with that, the reason why we're seeing more and more, why they call it the veil, is because that was the separation that was placed between us. So eventually, as it goes out, it will come back together to be merged again. It's almost the same symbolical symbol, the symbol meaning of the symbol of the Vesca Pisces, right? Where it has the two circles that come together like this, and they have the space in between. This is reality creation area, right in there. So when we have these things coming back together, we should be getting an influx of, more energies. The sun will be popping off and restoring these kinds of things. But I mean, I've even over the past couple days read information about like the electromagnetic changes and stuff like that with magnetism and shit. That what it sounded like to me was a solar flash. It really did. It really sounded like that's what it was explaining at a scientific level. So there's like a science to this. It really did. And I forget the wording they used. But that's what I saw. And that would make sense. Almost like a discharge of the transitioning flip of energy or something. I don't know. But it was really interesting. I'll try to find it again and again, put it in my video and highlight, this is what I meant about this. What sounds like they're explaining that the solar flash is. So, yeah, watch the video with Dr. Ning Lee, learn about her, and then watch Amy Eskridge And the flying saucer video. In the most recent one, I have a visual example that you can see these experiments be putting to the test and have a levitation device. It's a small prototype, but you can make them bigger. And that's what you get inside. You know, in the video explains that it spins at such a rate that it like creates a dimensional shift. And that's how you go in between these dimensions. This is why they pop in and out of our space, because, well, you'll see it. It literally just fades off. And yes, it is computer reenactment, but, you know, that's what he says happened in the experiments. And that they said that the material they use, like, you can crumple it up and then it goes back to its original shape. Yeah. It's interesting what they're made out of. But like I said, they've been doing it for how long? 1922 till now. So they probably have some pretty impressive stuff. Thanks, Scott. I really, really appreciate your support, you know. I really do. And I'm sorry about the other day. I did not mean... I actually meant to delete one of your comments that pissed me off, but it's not your fault, you remember? And I pressed the hide user button. And then I tried to fix it by taking your name off of it. I think it might have worked, because that's the name, the actual name with the green S. I tried to fix it. I'm terribly sorry. It's just when you were trying to comfort me, I really felt like it wasn't understood. Like my pain wasn't understood. And people just being like, there, hang in there, sometimes like hurts worse because they don't know the turmoil that I'm going through. You know, that I can't even remember what a hug feels like, a real one. So yeah, I'll go then because my stomach's hungry and I'm just kind of rambling on a little bit now. So I really hope for a miracle and that I don't have to sit by myself on my birthday. You know, happy surprises are always welcome. So okay, well, I guess I'll see you again on my birthday then. Maybe I might go live again before then, but you know. All right. Well, take care, everybody. I'm going to go back to being alone by myself. I hope you've enjoyed tonight's stream. Now, I'm sorry. Like I said, I don't have weed, and I got a little bit upset about that. I got home, and, you know. So, take care, everyone. Thanks for being here with me. I have an orange shirt on today, and it has little flowers on it. And I like it. So, my researcher's hat. You know, you got to wear a cool hat when you're doing research. So, thanks for being here, everybody. Martin and Salem, say hi and bye, and thank you for being here with me too. Okay? All right. Well, I really appreciate it, you everyone, and I'm sorry. Take care. Oh, I forgot to say bye in the chat. Good night. Take care, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with me. Bye.